get treatment. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. Call right now. Help is standing by. 800-694-1127.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, mostly sunny with a high near 51. Temperatures falling to around 49. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 27. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 53. Looking ahead to Thursday, mostly cloudy with a slight chance of rain showers and a high near 58. Currently, it is 44 and partly cloudy. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
All right, hello everybody. Welcome to WRMN AM 1410. We are doing our live coverage coming up here in just a little bit. This is the breaking news alert from WRMN AM 1410. We are interrupting our regular programming to bring you urgent updates here on the Karen Sheepers case, as well too with her vehicle that recently has been found in the Fox River. So of course, we are currently waiting for some more details on this. So definitely please feel free to stay tuned here on WRMN AM 1410. We'll make sure to keep you up to date on what is happening here with this particular case. We are currently streaming also live now on youtube.com at WRMN Radio. So if you would like to follow along, of course, feel free to do so. You'll be able to find lots of information also on the case as well, too. So that will be able to be found, of course, on different news sites. You'll be able to find also the podcast that we do have available too. You'll be able to find that posted onto our YouTube channel. That is youtube.com at WRMN Radio. So you'll be able to find that there. If you do follow, of course, the Elgin Police Department's Facebook page, information has also been posted on there as well too. So feel free to check that out. That is on our Facebook page. And again, we thank you everyone for tuning in and keeping us informed so we can keep you informed too. You'll be able to find that updated information, of course, with the cold case. And the Elgin Police Department recently did post 2 hours ago some more information on the recovery of the vehicle that has been made. Important to stress, of course, that this is the beginning of what is still considered an open and active investigation here too, as said by Chief Anna Lally. So thank you again. That is the Elgin Police Department for posting that on their Facebook page. And we'd also would like to, of course, introduce to you Dean DeLaley with us here on the lines. Thank you so much, of course, for joining us here. We want to ensure that you know exactly what is going on here on WRMN AM 1410 and keep you up to date. So we are introducing you here to Dean DeLaley. Thank you so much for joining us here today on the air.
Hey, how you doing, man? Thank you very much for that.
Thanks so much for joining us.
Right now.
Or if they're going to be getting from Redmond's the actual cable so they can attach to the vehicle. We do know that the license plate did match up, and it was the license plate of Karen Sheepers. So that's a good thing. For family closure, we're hoping that perhaps her remains would be in the vehicle, and it could close this case of 42 years. This is a long time. 1983 is when this actually started. And they've had a cold case division that was just started by Chief Anna Lally, and the detectives Andrew Houghton and Matt Vartanian. And they've been working this case very hard. We had mentioned before, we actually were given the privilege to run the podcast for the City of Elgin Police Department. And we were able to have, so far, we're like on our 6th episode, 7 episodes, I take that back. And they've been coming on our show every other week. And Mark Bialik on the morning show has been talking with them, airing the podcasts and letting everybody hear, and then going through some discussion. So we're hopeful that maybe some of the discussion points that were talked about were brought up and they were researched. I know it was brought up often about creeks and waterbeds, but these are just some of the items that really we're hoping that came of this podcast. And the podcast, has really been very, very successful. So what do you think so far?
Thank you very much for letting me hop in on this as well. We do have divers in the water. They did use sonar to find the vehicle that they're going to be pulling out over here. But they have to turn off the sonar when there's divers in the water. You don't want to use sonar when people are actually in the water. It's incredibly loud. It's a powerful thing to just shout into the water where it goes. So now what they're doing is they have to now rely on these divers in this murky, turbid water to make sure that they can actually get down there and connect everything to be able to then pull it up. I believe they're going to pull it up through the boat ramp, which seems to be the better way to do it. And just like somebody had called in earlier into the morning show with Mark today, they had said something about the way that the roads had been put in here. Mark, did you recall that when they were talking about the roads and how there used to be a road that they've changed on this one?
I know that Spring Street, apparently back in the 1980s, there was a way to drive possibly right into the river from Spring Street. I was going to go down some of those roads here in a little while and just kind of try to figure out on my own how she possibly could have gotten her car into the water that night. Very interesting. This is a pretty common area just north of the Kimball Street Dam, just north of the library, and right across the river. We're on the east side, right across from Judson University. It's an area where kayaks go quite a bit. It's an area where fishing boats are on the water all the time fishing. So to see where the actual car appears to be, where it's going to come out of, really surprises me, Dean, a little bit. It would seem like in all these years, I'm not sure how deep the water is right there, Dean, but in all these years with fishing boats and kayaks and everything else in a pretty common body of water, that somehow somebody would have been able to know there was a car under there at some point. So this is pretty amazing.
Well, you do bring up an actually an important part, talking about the different roads that actually led into the creek or the river, whatever you want to call. But it's very possible if someone was trying to conceal this, it may not be right off of a ramp where you would think somebody drove in. If they maybe pushed it off of a ledge at the time, maybe it was even a steeper drop off. But this is, 43 years ago, and a lot of things have changed in that time. I mean, some of the river has been pushed back, and so it's kind of difficult to say how high were the peaks, if anything. I don't know if that makes any type of sense to you, Mark.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I was driving on the way here and trying to get an idea of where Lovell Street is, and we're only a couple of blocks away from Lovell Street. I turned off of Spring Street to come down here, and I turned onto Lovell Street off of Spring, and that's where she lived at 311 Lovell Street. So just in our imagination, we're trying to figure out, like, what was her route home that night? how if she lived on Lovell Street, which when I went right off of Spring onto Lovell, I was going the wrong way on Lovell. I needed to go more to the east to find her house. So this is several blocks away from where her house would have been. So it would have been interesting to imagine where she would have gone into the river at. And also, if it's determined today that they find some sort of remains in her car that are actually her remains, at that point, do they consider it a closed case where, she drove her car into the river, we found the car, we found her remains, it's done? Or do they try to find out more about what else could have possibly happened? Was there somebody else involved? We had a couple of more episodes that they had planned beyond episode number 7, which is the last one that we aired. And with all of the findings of her car and who knows what else today, they're going to have to kind of rescript the way that goes. But I'll be kind of curious to see if this brings actual closure to it or if this is just the next step in finding the closure.
Well, the closure may be today only for the family members to at least know that her remains are collected and she could be put to rest. As far as closing a cold case, Mark, I don't believe that this would close any case, especially we know there are other episodes and there's other pieces of information that are being brought up to them each day, in fact. So knowing that, no, they're going to research every lead possible in hopes to find out what actually caused her passing. And again, knowing that she is as close as she is to the house and not knowing the way the roadway ran, she could have got disorientated. She could have fell asleep at the wheel and maybe even fallen into the river at that point. So it's hard to say. So, and I guess we're going to be taking a break in just a few short moments. So we'll be back in just a bit. I'm here again with Dennis Sonar Green, myself, Dean DeLaley, Marky Bialik, and of course, Mr. David Teese. We'll see you in just a little bit.
At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their text club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's Touchless Car Wash has 2 convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400. Now for your free car wash and see why Britain's Touchless Car Wash is the fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
When I never graduated from high school, I realized I wanted to go back to school because I didn't want to work these back-breaking jobs the rest of my life. With the help of my father and having my son, that was all the motivation that I needed to come back to school. I felt accomplished, made me feel that I could take on whatever challenges life throws at you.
Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org.
Fitting in shouldn't be hard, whether in life, on the court, or in the classroom. At Elgin Community College, you could find your place alongside those expanding their horizons, exploring rewarding careers, and achieving their dreams. A place for doers, thinkers, and believers. At ECC, we see you, we believe in you, and you'll fit right in. Learn more at elgin.edu/belong.
If you turned 65 recently like me, it's important you find a Medicare Advantage plan that gives you the coverage you're looking for. But finding one can be difficult. The best thing I did, and I suggest you do the same, is call a licensed insurance agent and let them walk you through your Medicare Advantage plan options. There are so many benefits you have access to, so make the call now and let the representatives explain everything to you. Our licensed insurance agents can offer you a variety of Medicare Advantage plans. Plus, the call is free, the information is free, and there's no obligation to enroll. We're here to make it easy for you to select a Medicare Advantage plan that may work for your needs. Finding a Medicare Advantage plan can be easy if you do what I did. Make a quick call right now to learn more. Thank you.
800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. That's 800-433-3082.
All right. Welcome back, folks, here to our live coverage, of course. Stay tuned. Of course, we'll get you more updated information here in just a little bit. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in today here on WRMN AM 1410 as we do broadcast live out at the scene. We'll be with you in just a little bit here. If you do want to tune in, we are on youtube.com at WRMN 1410. And we are going to be heading on with our mics live pretty soon here. We've got Dean DeLaley on the scene with us, as well as Dennis Sonar Green, and we'll go from there. So thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll keep you posted.
Hey, Matt, thank you. Can you see the camera over my left shoulder?
I can. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, so we got a good, clear view. We moved our cameras over to the side just a little bit. And I think what may be occurring is they may end up using the boats to recover the car up to a higher point. I'm not really sure. I don't know what type of recovery they're doing. They do have Redmonds out here, which is the big red tow trucks that have, it's like a rotator turntable style. So that turns in 360 degrees. So the amount of cable strength that they have, they could pull up any type of a vehicle. And this vehicle was a 1980 Toyota Celica, so it really wasn't that large in size, but still, 1983, they still had a whole lot more metal in the cars than they do today. So we're just anxiously standing by to see what is going to, happen when they do make the recovery from the water. Hopefully we can get some type of answers and more closure. When we signed off earlier, Mark was talking about, would this stop the cold case investigation because they have the vehicle and perhaps remains, from Karen? Honestly, I don't think that will stop it. I think what's going to happen is they have to exhaust all leads. Once they've opened up the new case, every single lead will go all the way to its entirety just to make sure nothing was missed. Again, if this was to cover up an incident, they want to research to make sure that that was researched and investigated. I mean, if it was perhaps she just was disorientated driving home, maybe this back then was even more wooded than it is now. Perhaps even a deer could have, jumped in front of her car and then she went off the roadway. We're not really sure what could have happened. But in any case, we're going to stay on the scene here to find out what's happening. And Mark's been hearing all of the episodes, that have gone on. Like I said, they come on Wednesdays, the two detectives. And I tell you, these detectives, you got to take their hat off. First, to Chief Anna Lally, to having the thought to, develop a cold case investigation unit. This is just totally awesome. And you've got Detective Andrew Houghton and Matt Vartayan. And I always said all these names wrong, but what a gentleman he is. Both of these officers have done an outstanding job. But Mark, you've been on mostly all of the episodes when they were explaining what's going on. Do you recall somebody giving a tip about the river before?
Well, I think it was pretty obvious that the river was being looked at as a key component of this whole case because of where it is, where it lies between where the bar is, PM Bentley's up in Carpentersville, and the possible route that Karen would have taken to get to her house, which is just a few blocks to the southeast of where we are right now alongside the river. So it's the perfect route down Duncan Avenue, which would take you from Carpentersville to where her house is. So I think that they thought that maybe there was an abduction as a possibility. There were like 6 or 7 theories that the detectives had, and those guys have been great. Andrew and Matt have been awesome, and they've been very cooperative, and they're very into this. And this is the first of like 41 unsolved Elgin cases that they're looking into. And it looks like the very first one is going to have success, if you will. Ultimately, that is what this is all about, trying to solve.
Finding the vehicles, a huge piece of this puzzle.
Yeah. So to have a missing vehicle, you would think water had a good chance to have something to do with that, because you would have thought that if it was junked or whatever may have happened, they would have come across the vehicle over the years. But where could it possibly be lost? In the Fox River. I'm just amazed that right here, even David Tees was telling me there's divers that practice here all the time, boaters, kayakers, fishermen. It's just amazing to me that where it is right now has taken them so long to come to the bottom and find the car.
You know, and as more information does come to us, we really don't know how deep the vehicle was actually in the water. So we don't know how far down. Well, how far down does the Fox River at this point? It can't be terribly deep. Most of Fox River is maybe about, 10 to 15 feet deep. So to your point, if you have divers roaming around the area, that could have happened. And I don't know, river currents, I mean, they exist too. So it's very possible that, a vehicle, again, we're not talking a large vehicle, but it's a 1980 Toyota Celica. Maybe it caught some type of current and pushed its way down the river or up the river, whichever way it ended up going, depending on the current. And Dave, you were saying, if you got a moment, you were mentioning also something that there was a structure right behind us. What was that structure?
This used to be where the Elgin Yacht Club used to be. And they would water ski all the way towards the library. And they had all the markers for them to zig in and zag out, as you say. So it was a little building, but they called it the Elgin Yacht Club. And in this area, the water is probably about, I would say, 10 to 12 feet, but it's very narrow. So like you say, how many people miss this stuff? But there are some big, large boulders in the ground right here. Because I used to fish here when I was younger and hang out down here back in the day. So yeah, this is a very good, popular spot back in the day with the boaters and all that.
Oh, excellent. Well, I appreciate that. Because right where that vehicle, where the Remnant's tow truck is, that's about where the building, the structure stood.
Yes, a little white building.
So, piece by piece, and this is what goes on in a cold case investigation. I'm sure they knew there was a structure here prior to David saying it, but you know what? Maybe they didn't know that. And that's why, everything is important. Somebody knows something, which is the name of the podcast, and you can reach that podcast on any of the YouTube or all the podcast platforms. So feel free to reach out to it. Somebody knows something. We're in the 7th episode right now, and I think one is more interesting than the other. So, I'm going to give it to Mark for just a few more moments.
I just want to mention, Dean, that these detectives, Andrew Houghton and Matt Vartanian, are going to be on Chief Anna Lally's show Friday morning on WRMN, which every Friday, our Elgin Police Chief Anna Lally's got a show from 9 until 9:30. It's called Fridays with the Finest. And this Friday, with the detectives being so busy and learning so much this week, the best chance to catch up on all of it, I think, will be on Friday morning when they're on Fridays with the Finest. Again, that'll be from 9 until 9:30. And so we'll find out then. And we'll also maybe find out what the next step is in our coverage of the podcast and in our coverage of Somebody Knows Something, because of the fact that what's happened this week may change the course of the episodes a little bit. So we'll have all the updated information for you Friday morning, Dean, at 9 o'clock with her show.
Sounds great. Who better but the police chief to know what's coming in and what's going out? She's done an excellent job of putting this together. We applaud all the efforts of all the detectives, and not just these detectives. Other detectives are working along, but these two gentlemen were assigned to this particular case and a cold case unit. So we're going to keep a close watch, and we'll tune in just a little bit.
We're going to be covering everything. I'm sure I'm on camera here. But we're going to be covering everything on YouTube while the AM dial continues to go on for What's Cooking Today. But on YouTube, you'll be able to see exactly what's going on here. If they do pull any vehicles out or there is anything here, you'll be able to see it live on YouTube right now. YouTube.com/@WRMN radio. Go ahead into that search bar. If you're just on YouTube itself, you'll find WRMN radio there. Or a lot of people have been finding WRMN live stream has been really good to get there, even on your YouTube or any other search engine like Bing or Google. Matt's going to take it away for the next 30 seconds or so. He's going to wrap up his show. Then we will be continuing here specifically on YouTube. Stand by for Mark. He's going to be on Facebook, and then we will simulcast the Facebook and the YouTube video at the same time. So follow WRMN for more. Thank you, gentlemen, for being out here today.
Thank you, everybody, for listening. Dean Delaley, Dennis Sonar Green, Mark Bialik, David Tees from WRMN 1410. Bringing it to you live.
Are you suffering with anxiety, depression, PTSD, an eating disorder, or even a substance abuse problem? If it's causing problems at work or with your family, get help now at Insight Mental Health and Wellness. We can help and treat all types of depression and mental issues. We'll help you use your insurance to get away from it all to a beautiful, sunny, and tranquil vacation-like environment so you can recharge yourself. And with the Family Medical Leave Act, you can take the time off you need from work. Plus, with the Affordable Care Act, your treatment could be 100% covered. If you're suffering from any kind of anxiety, depression, PTSD, eating disorder, or even a substance abuse problem, use your insurance and get away from it all. Come to sunny California. Call Insight Mental Health and Wellness now. 800-419-0287. 800-419-0287. 800-419-0287. That's 800-419-0287.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 1 o'clock.
This is WRMN News.
Hello, I'm Dennis Green. The White House is on defense in light of reporting from The Atlantic, which claims that their editor-in-chief was inadvertently added to a group chat with top administration officials to discuss strikes on the Houthis in Yemen. News Nation's Robert Sherman reports.
I'll read a part of the article for you. This is from Jeffrey Goldberg. It says, quote, "The world found out shortly before 2 p.m. Eastern time on March 15th that the United States was bombing Houthi targets across Yemen. I, however, knew 2 hours before the first bombs exploded that the attack might be coming. The reason I knew this is that Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, had texted me the war plan at 11:44 a.m. The plan included precise information about weapons packages, targeting, and timing."
The National Security Council says the message thread appears to be authentic. The Trump administration is facing court battles over efforts to deport millions of illegal immigrants. News Nation's Tom Dempsey reports.
This court battle really intensifying, but this morning that temporary restraining order barring deportations of alleged gang members under the Alien Enemies Act remains in place after a long hearing in front of a 3-judge panel here in D.C. That hearing lasting 2 hours in front of an appeals court, with the Department of Justice again calling for that order to be lifted. But the ACLU claimed many of the people sent to El Salvador earlier this month were actually not gang members.
The panel's only Democratic appointee pushed back on the government's use of the Alien Enemies Act, saying the Trump administration skipped due process. For WRMN News, I'm Dennis Green. Be sure to listen to the WRMN Morning Show starting every morning at 6 a.m.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Curdan. Brought to you by Sky Rizzy. The history of Naperville is set to come to life with the Origins of Naperville walking tour set for April 3rd from 5:30 to 6:30 p.m. Participants will go 2 miles in about 60 minutes covering Naperville history. To secure your spot, you will need to register in advance. Contact the City of Naperville for further information. A stabbing in the 800 block of Suzanne Lane on March 18th has led to an arrest. The adult female victim, found with life-threatening injuries, rushed to a nearby hospital and unfortunately did not survive, leading to the arrest of Yonatan Villafuerte Antaveros, who now faces 2 counts of first-degree murder. King County State's Attorney Jamie Mosser has announced a dedicated election complaint line for the upcoming April 1st consolidated election. It'll run from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. on Election Day. The number is 630-208-5328 if you have any election complaints. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Curdan.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
As a fan, you know all the important sports cliches. And when you save money by bundling your home and auto with Progressive, you can get out there and give it 110%, even though that's mathematically impossible. And remember, failure is not an option. Well, it's always an option, just not a good one. But you're not worried because you've got ice in your veins. You're on fire. How can both of those things be true at the same time? Well, that's between you and your doctor. So get out there and leave it all on the field. Leave what? Who cares? Just leave it and save with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, mostly sunny with a high near 51. Temperatures falling to around 49. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 27. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 53. Looking ahead to Thursday, mostly cloudy with a slight chance of rain showers and a high near 58. Currently, it is 44 and partly cloudy. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Are you prepared for an emergency or disaster? Because it's not a matter of if, but when. Don't find yourself saying,
I'll trust water bottles and a flashlight to save the day, but I'll be proved wrong.
With a tornado approaching, I'll realize that I like a wheelchair-accessible shelter.
When the floodwaters rise, I'll be up in the attic with 20 cans of beans. It's a recipe for disaster.
let's prepare so we all have a better story to tell. Get started at ready.gov/older adults. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
When I was in foster care, I never knew when I would have to move, so I always had my suitcase ready to go. Then one day, I was adopted. My new parents opened their hearts and home to me. My parents cook my favorite breakfast for me every morning. My parents take me on trips I never thought I would go on. They gave me a home and an even better reason to use that suitcase. My parents aren't perfect, but they're perfect for me.
Yeah, whenever yeah. You don't have to be on. Huh? You don't have to be on. Yeah. Hi. There. I still be on when it ends. If you want me to, I'll take that. Yeah. Try to keep that structure.
You know, we're observing a little bit more movement. The little small John boat is kind of getting out of the main area. The one larger, the one rescue boat, I believe that's Chaos. They're a non-for-profit organization that does this type of sonar and diving type of work. I don't know if he was backing up or stuck on something, but you could see the turbulence from the back of their vessel that they're in. So we're just seeing some movement here. I'm sure what they're going to do, they're going to want to transport the vehicle from its resting spot by way of either airbags they may have under there. I haven't seen any lines that would indicate that, but a lot of times in any type of rescue, in this vehicle, Redmond's, they would have that on board. They use like the airbag rescue. So it usually is used for standing up semi trucks when they go onto their side. So they may have a couple of those deployed as well. But they don't want to just hook onto this vehicle and drag, because you may be dragging a lot of the debris that's on the bottom of the riverbed, and that could go into the vehicle, maybe lose some very important information. So as we watch, we see that they now have also Elgin Police has put up their drones, and so we may be getting a little bit closer. Some of the lines that are in from the other vehicles, the water crafts rather, you could see that they're getting taught. So whether they're onto something for just as a marking point, or whether that's going to be what they're going to use, which I wouldn't think, because they look to be, not really large cables. So we're just trying to keep you posted of what's happening. I mean, the scene is set. There's a lot of people on the side of the street that are very interested in this. We have the police department, of course, waiting anxiously to find, what's going to be revealed when the vehicle becomes on surface. And we'll be back in just a little bit. Dean Delaney from WRMN 1410.
No, you're good. Oh, you're good. Got some other answer.
Thank you for joining us for the Elgin Police Department's recovery Karen Sheeper's vehicle. Monday, they discovered that the vehicle did, in fact, belong to Karen. The license plates matched, the model matched as well. And they decided to wait until it was daytime to actually continue with the recovery. What we've got are two actual vehicles in the water right now. And then we've also got a crane just over to the left-hand side as well. We will see where, and we see a drone actually going up into the air here. We will see what the police department's side of the timeline that they've got, but it looks like they have hooked at least to the two boats. They've got one John boat that's moving around, and it's making sure that they can run the things back and forth from shore out into those recovery boats there. And it looks like they are tethered. If you can see barely, there is an orange tether that's coming off of the boat here over to the right hand side. We have seen some actual divers stand on a few objects that are in there, so we know that at even the shallowest we're still looking at about 3 feet or so. What we're saying is more than likely that they're putting some sort of flotation under it, and I think those two boats are going to be kind of guiding the vehicle as it gets to the crane. Now, the crane's line has already gone out to the boats, so the divers more than likely have already latched on, and they're just trying to figure out how to navigate back and forth. It does look like some of the divers are getting ready. I don't know if they're going down there again to make sure that there are divers while it moves, to make sure that they can guide correctly. But if you look, even just as another note, you see the two flags that are on both. It's the red side where they've got the two triangles, the two red sides with one white stripe going down. That is the international sign for divers in the area. So both boats have divers, and both boats are making sure that are safe for them. The other thing that we want to make sure as well is they use sonar to actually discover this vehicle, but all sonar has to be taken off when there are divers to make sure there aren't any injuries to anybody's hearing or anything for that. So we will continue the coverage here. If we do go silent for a little bit, it's mostly just because there's not too much going on. We will continue for the coverage for as long as we can. Thank you very much for joining us here on WRMN's coverage of the Elgin Police Department's vehicle recovery here in the Fox River Valley. Make sure you subscribe and like, share it around. We'll be here for as long as we can, and continue to listen to AM radio for our normal programming. But thank you very much for being here. If you want to catch up on the case, there is a podcast called Somebody Knows Something that the EPD has started just a couple of episodes away, about in January, towards the end of that. They're on episode 8, so if you want to learn more about this cold case that may be coming to a close, go ahead and listen to that podcast there. You can find it, Somebody Knows Something, on your favorite podcasting platform. Thanks again for following with us here at WRMN, the talk of the town, the voice of the valley. We'll talk to you here in just a little bit. Thank you, everybody, for being here on WRMN's coverage of the Elgin Police Department's vehicle recovery. As you can see, the divers are starting to get ready to go back into the water. We are seeing some of the boats get into position. Like I said, I do believe these are going to be the guides for the vehicle as the crane actually pulls it and actually does the, I guess, the manual labor of it. From a couple locals, from where the boats are to where the crane is over there on the shore, there's a couple boulders that are pretty large. They're going to actually have to navigate through. So I don't believe they went through and actually navigated any of those or moved any of those boulders around. But I do believe before they went through to make sure that the crane could actually come through, they made sure that there is an actual line to come over. So what you'll see is you'll see some of the lines that the boats have will actually go taut when they actually need to hook everything in. That way they can have control over it as that crane pulls through. So thank you very much for joining us here. We will start to see some of these boats. It does look like the action's about ready to take off once those divers actually get back into the water. We still see some checks to make sure the divers are set up, make sure they're insulated because it is still cold, even though it's a good cold 51 outside. I'm sure that water would definitely hit you with that hypothermia. We've got quite a few people that are here to see it and just be here for this occasion that's here. We want to thank you all for actually watching and being a part of it. Don't forget, if you haven't already, to go ahead and hit that like and subscribe for more local coverage here in the Fox River Valley for WRMN. We'll check in with you again as more happens, but thanks for watching and thanks for being here. As you can see, everybody, that first diver's finally gone into the water again. They're moving those tethers. We'll see those divers and the rest of them get back into the water. And they'll be essentially the underwater guides, making sure that if there is something snagging the line or getting too taut or too strenuous on the line, they'll readjust it, and they possibly have to take one of those boats, pull it to the left or pull it to the right as the crane pulls it into shore. We'll go ahead and zoom back out just a little bit so that we can see exactly the setup that we've got here. So if you can see, we're really far out for this, but we'll also be able to see where that crane is there. So as they start to winch that crane up, we'll start to see some of the line just get lifted up, and then we will move over to see where everything is moving from there. It is incredibly turbid water. It's hard to see. I think visibility more than likely is measured in under 5 feet, even if you're underwater. But it does even look like some of these divers are able to either stand on top of the vehicle or stand on something that's there, or they are able to they're able to actually be able to float on that side. So we do see some more divers getting ready to get in. We've also got some lines that are going in as well. So we'll stick around here, WRMN. Thank you very much for watching. Thanks for being a part of this station and our coverage over here. Stick around for more WRMN local coverage here on the recovery for the Elgin Police Department. Thank you very much for being here. Hey, everybody. Thanks a lot for being here on WRMN with the coverage of the Elgin Police Department's recovery of Karen Sheeper, or at least the vehicle of Karen Sheeper's. Yesterday during dive and sonar investigation, they confirmed that it was her car. We're still here waiting to see what kind of recovery and what the vehicle kind of looks like. There have been reports from both sides of vehicles or the windows were open, and also that they had to smash a window to get a hook in there. So we'll see exactly where it's sitting at. But they have been putting bags down as well. Like we had thought, those flotation bags, those dive bags, end up going under the vehicle, kind of giving it a little bit more buoyancy. That way the crane doesn't have to drag it across the bottom. It can kind of have a little bit more buoyancy. What that also helps, if you can tell, those orange cables that they have attached to the vehicle are attached to both ends of the boat and are now taut. So what they're going to end up doing is both of those boats will end up pulling it left or right as the crane pulls it into shore. That way they can kind of steer it, and it will be able to avoid some of those snags or some of those boulders that are there. I'm here with Dean DeLaley and also Mark Bilek, and then we are also here with David Tees. I'm going to hand over the microphone over to Dean DeLaley to talk about what he's seeing here as well. As you can see, there's a big list on that metal one there, so we know that something is pulling on that.
Exactly what I'm seeing, the same thing you are, Dennis. And again, to reiterate, you see now, if you can see that orange, it looks like it's an airbag is what it is, but it's a big tarpaulin is what it looks like because it's flattened at this point. Sometimes in the water rescue, they may put that inside the vehicle, like maybe the headliner, inflate it. Like Dennis was saying, they also put it underneath the frame of the vehicle so it doesn't catch on any of the items at the river bed. So there's a lot of speculation on our part, but seeing these type of different rescues in the past, I know that the airbags are very instrumental in making this smooth recovery so that whatever is in the vehicle, again, is evidence. This is still considered, as the chief said, an active crime scene, and they want to make sure that everything is preserved so that they can trace things back and give the total closure, not only to the family, if by some chance, Karen's remains are in there, but beyond that, it could give also some closure to the case if they could, beyond a shadow of a doubt, determine what has taken place. And with the forensics that is out there today, the technology, it's just amazing what they're able to determine, after they make the full recovery of the vehicle. And it shines a better light on what's in front of them. But you're watching it here live with us on WRMN 1410, Voice of the Valley, Talk of the Town. Just so happens to be, how cold is it out here today?
It's about 50, just over.
About 50 degrees, and I always say cooler near the lake when you hear the meteorologist. I say it's cooler near the river today. So it's probably a good, but the cold water and the air blowing on, sort of our way. I bet you it's a good 40 some odd degrees. I don't think it's 50.
Have you ever had to see any of these recoveries or seen any of this or been a part of it when you were on the beat?
Well, one of the things we did have is one of the retention ponds was very deep, about 35, I should say, to 40 feet deep, and we had vehicles go in them, and that's what they would use. They would use airbag recovery to get the vehicle out. Thankfully, none of these were, with any fatalities or anything.
Yeah, and it's great that they are getting closer to solving this cold case. I mean, this is a huge evidence 42 years this vehicle has supposedly been sitting here. Now, I don't think anybody came in after the fact and dropped it off or anything like that. I think it more than likely happened pretty close to the actual crime. But this is a really big step towards what happened. So if you have been following the Somebody Knows Something with Karen Sheepers, and the EPD has been putting that together for quite a while, and this is with their new cold case department. And that department has been doing such a great job with really following up every single lead. I mean, they even went down to there were carnivals or traveling performers in the area, and they wanted to make sure that that was taken care of. There were certain people that have been working as barbacks that may have said something. There are notes. There are so many different things that they all tracked down and made sure that those leads were put together. And just this Monday, they decided that they were going to look at this particular area to make sure with sonar and with the dive team to make sure that this was actually another thing that they checked off their list. It is a 1980 Toyota Celica, and it went missing in April of 1983, and they have finally found it now. So we're seeing them actually get ready to pull it up. We're going to see it pull over into the crane on the other side over here, and they're going to turn around and actually get that pulling here. Stick around for more WRMN coverage of the Elgin Police Department's recovery of the vehicle, and hopefully we can wrap up this cold case here shortly, because like Dean had said, we want to make sure that we get closure to the family. We want to make sure that if there is any nefarious activities that we can find clues of, that also gets put there as well. Thank you very much for following WRMN. Stick around. Don't forget to hit that like and subscribe as you are watching now. Be part of the over 1,000 followers already on that YouTube channel so that you can get more live local coverage from WRMN just like this. We'll see you in just a bit. Hey, everybody on the live stream. We want to make sure that we are getting the best coverage that we can of the actual recovery here. It does look like they're still quite a bit away of having this recovery even started as far as the crane goes. We will jump into Talk Time with Tammy and friends and make sure that we continue that coverage. What we'll do is we will break in when something happens over here down by the Fox River Valley. We'll go ahead and break in to Talk Time with Tammy and friends while that is going on. Thanks a lot for having the time to spend around with us and help us solve this cold case and be a part of WRMN and the Fox River Valley history. If you haven't done so already, make sure to hit that like and subscribe button. And we'll make sure that all of the coverage is posted on our YouTube page, including that, including the press conference that we had earlier today. It does look like we're getting a little bit more of that side there, but we'll jump in for Talk Time with Tammy and friends when we get closer to that. So stick around, listen to us here, and be a part of WRMN. Thanks a lot for being here on that live stream. We will check back in with you at the Fox River Valley recovery of Karen Sheeper's vehicle by the Elgin Police Department. Stick around, more WRMN coming up after this.
Apparently Joe Biden ate there too, it says here. He was just a kid at the time. All right, I'll stop with the jokes. Okay.
Poor Joe. He's like, I retired. What do you want from me?
Take it easy. All right. And they were all known to have dined at Gadsby's. The restaurant had 2 birth night balls in 1798 and 1799, both which George Washington attended. The birthright ball, originally a British tradition celebrating the monarch's birthday, but after the American Revolution, this custom was adjusted to celebrate George Washington's birthday. Gadsby's Tavern, check it out. Also an important political meeting place. Also, the Constitutional Convention took place nearby. They must have had great late-night meetings there. So I'm going there next time I get to the East Coast. Gadsby's, everybody. And that's our show. Tomorrow, we'll talk about cockroach milk, and it could be the next superfood. That's our show. Check us out at our website, what'scookintoday.com, COOKIN. Download our cell phone app, Madison.
Dial pound 250. It's a phone call. Say CRN, and the app is automatically downloaded to your device.
For Madison and Andis, Corey Marino, I'm Michael Horn. Have a great day. Take it easy. Be safe. Until tomorrow, eat well, everybody.
You say you'd never give in to a meltdown. Never let kids' toys take over the house. And never fill your feed with kid photos. You'd never plan your life around their schedule. Never lick your thumb to clean their face. And you'd never let them leave the house looking like less than their best. You say you'd never put a pacifier in your mouth to clean it. Never let them stay up too late. And never let them run wild through the grocery store.
We have on aisle 6 and aisle 3.
So when you say you'd never let them get into a car without you there, know it can happen. 1 in 4 hot car deaths happen when a kid gets into an unlocked car and can't get out. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 2 o'clock.
This is WRMN News.
Hello, I'm Dennis Green. The White House is on defense in light of reporting from The Atlantic, which claims that their editor-in-chief was inadvertently added to a group chat with top administration officials to discuss strikes on the Houthis in Yemen. News Nation's Robert Sherman reports.
I'll read a part of the article for you. This is from Jeffrey Goldberg. It says, quote, the world found out shortly before 2 p.m. Eastern time on March 15th that the United States was bombing Houthi targets across Yemen. I, however, knew 2 hours hours before the first bombs exploded that the attack might be coming. The reason I knew this is that Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, had texted me the war plan at 11:44 a.m. The plan included precise information about weapons packages, targeting, and timing.
The National Security Council says the message thread appears to be authentic. The Trump administration is facing court battles over efforts to deport millions of illegal immigrants. News Nation's Tom Dempsey reports.
This court battle really intensifying, but this morning that temporary restraining order barring deportations of alleged gang members under the Alien Enemies Act remains in place after a long hearing in front of a 3-judge panel here in D.C. That hearing lasting 2 hours in front of an appeals court, with the Department of Justice again calling for that order to be lifted. But the ACLU claimed many of the people sent to El Salvador earlier this month were actually not gang members.
The panel's only Democratic appointee pushed back on the government's use of the Alien Enemies Act, saying the Trump administration skipped due process. For WRMN News, I'm Dennis Green. Be sure to listen to the WRMN Morning Show starting every morning at 6 a.m.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
From the pages of the Elgin newspapers of 100 years ago today, these are the headlines brought to you by the Elgin History Museum.
This is Linda Rock sharing stories that were in Elgin newspapers on March 25th, 1925. With unusually liberal contributions from 19 departments at the Elgin National Watch Factory, amounting to $3,723.40, all of which, with the exception of $500, was turned over to the Red Cross. Elgin's donation to the tornado sufferers of stricken southern Illinois today totaled $8,415.76. Every room did its share, and many of the rooms were 100%. All were proud of what was done, and all Elgin was proud too. Young and middle-aged men and women numbering 130 assembled in the dining room of the First Methodist Church last evening to enjoy the first banquet given by the Elgin Women's Club for the husbands and escorts of members. There were no old people present because in this age no one ever grows old. It was a delightful gathering of friends interested in a common cause, the Women's Club and its aims. With the view of increasing the number of Elgin Boy Scout troops to 20, the Troop Extension Committee of City Council will hold a meeting tomorrow. At present, Elgin has 14 active troops under competent leaders. It is the hope of the Scout Executive Carl Parlaska and the Elgin Council to have at least 500 registered Scouts before another year.
Elgin 100 Years Ago is a presentation of the Elgin History Museum. Be sure to visit the museum located at 360 Park Street in Elgin, open Wednesday through Saturdays 11 to 4. You can also listen to Elgin 100 Years Ago at www.elginhistory.org.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, mostly sunny with a high near 51, with temperatures falling to around 49. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 27. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 53. Tomorrow night, partly cloudy with a low around 33. Currently, it is 47 with mainly clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
As a fan, you know all the important sports cliches. And when you save money by bundling your home and auto with Progressive, you can get out there and give it 110%, even though that's mathematically impossible. And remember, failure is not an option. Well, it's always an option, just not a good one. But you're not worried because you've got ice in your veins. You're on fire. How can both of those things be true at the same time? Well, that's between you and your doctor. So get out there and leave it all on the field. Leave what? Who cares? Just leave it and save with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states or situations.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. Call 800-335-2299. That's 800-335-2299.
I am Maggie Beyer, a self-funded candidate for the Elgin City Council.
My qualifications begin with a history of proven leadership and integrity in the private sector and in our community. My goals include improving public safety, supporting code enforcement, and to listen to the residents of Elgin. I will focus on fiscal responsibility and enhance economical development. Get more information on my Facebook page. Maggie Beyer for Elgin City Council. Paid for by the Citizens for Maggie.
Step right up, take a seat. It's talk time with Tammy and friends. Feel the vibe, catch the beat. It's talk time with Tammy and friends. Oh, talk time, Tammy's here on WRMN. Oh, talk time with Tammy and friends.
Welcome in, everybody. It is Talk Time with Tammy and Friends right here on AM 1410. Thanks for tuning in with us today. We've got Nancy French, who is supposed to be joining us. Let's see if we can get her in here.
She'll be in soon.
And then we got Matt pushing buttons. He's right there in the control station. Now, we just found out about the exciting news about Karen. Matt, you want to catch Nancy up on what's going on with the cold case? Remember, did you hear the cold case?
I did hear about the cold case in Elgin.
Yes.
Right?
And so they found her car.
That's what I heard.
Yep, so
where did you hear that, Nance?
Scott actually read that on his news feed or whatever. He said,
is
"Hey,
that right?
there's a cold case. I was going to ask you guys about it."
Yeah, well, it's a pretty big deal because we're doing the what do you call it? The video with the police who opened up a cold case unit, and now they found her car. This is a girl from 1983, right?
Yep.
Matt?
Mm-hmm. So
her name is Karen. What's her last name?
Sheppers.
Sheppers.
Or
Yeah.
Sheepers.
And Sheepers.
Sheepers.
Yeah. And she's
how old
Elgin.
was she when she
was 23.
disappeared? Oh God.
Yeah, she was 23. She went to a company party, a Christmas party at a bar in Carpentersville, and nobody's seen her since. And she comes from a large family in the area, so a lot of people around to try and get details from, but nobody's got. There, look on your screen. There's the some details of her and photos of her and blah blah blah.
So she was 23 in 83.
Right.
She's my age.
That's right. She's our age.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh my
She
gosh.
would have been. So when the car disappears from and no trace of her car, no use of any accounts, nothing like that. The first thing my mind went to water. Her car's in water somewhere because she accidentally drove in somewhere. That's what you think happened. Who knows? They found the car. They're going Dean and who? Dean and Mark? Who's out there?
Dean, Mark, Sonar, and Ben. They're all out there right now.
Okay, there's 4 of them out there, so they may interrupt our show today.
And David Teese.
Okay, and they may interrupt and come in and give us more details and videos and things like that. So heads up on that one. That's why we're throwing that out at the beginning of Talk Time and Tammy and Friends.
It was found in a river, but where?
Fox River.
In the Fox River. That's why you guys are named Fox Valley News, right?
Well, it's all in this valley here in Wisconsin. Yeah.
So in the Fox River, how big is the Fox River?
How
is
wide?
it a giant? Is it? Yeah.
Well, it's not the Mississippi, but it's. I don't know, Matt. How wide would you
It's
say that river is?
202-mile long. That's how long it is. It's 938 square miles. That's where the watershed encompasses 938 square miles.
I can look from one side to the other and see it's not like giant, but it's a nice sized body of water that a car could definitely get lost in for sure.
Well, how did this turn up?
Well, they drug it.
I mean, but why did it partially surface? I mean,
No,
something
they
had to
drug it
happen.
looking for it. They've opened up this cold case, and part of the investigation was to drag the water surfaces to see if we can find her. And they found her.
I didn't realize. I thought it was they found a car and then they opened the case up.
No, it's the other way around. They
it's the other
opened the
way
case up.
around.
They opened the case up. It's a cold case that we've been broadcasting with them, and then they're doing their not what do you not a blog. What do you call a video? I can't. The word is escaping me right now. Podcast. There's a 2-person team from the police that is on this cold case, and the first case they've opened up is Karen's. And now today was it yesterday or today they dredged? They dredged the river today, Matt, and they found the car.
So it was yesterday that they actually found the car. Yep.
Okay. So now they're looking for the body. That's what.
Oh, wow.
I know, it's a pretty big deal.
So how many? Let's see. That was. Then
Wait,
that was
hold
how
on.
many
I got a
years?
dog going nuts. Hold on.
I
All
can't
right.
hear him.
Talk amongst yourself. I'll be right back.
So Matt, so let's see. So she was missing in 1983. Well, let's see. How many years ago would that be?
Yeah, so it was 1983. We actually do have Dean on the line with us here, so he'll inform us a little bit more. Hi, Dean. Welcome to the show. Thanks again.
Hi, Dean.
Hello.
Hey, can you hear me?
So sorry. Hello.
We're
can you
trying
hear
to
me?
get Dean on the.
Oh, is Dean coming in?
Yeah, he's on.
Finnegan, come here. Wait. Yeah, I know. Come here.
Matt, we connected?
Hey, Dino. Dino?
Yep, we're connected. Can you hear us? Here, let me make sure if let me make sure I got the phones up when
I hear something
fine.
there. Is that Dino?
Yeah, Dean, so we are connected. Can you hear us? Okay, let me see here. I'll figure that out. real
Okay.
quick here, I'll put you on hold, Dean, real quick, and then we'll get that situated.
Do you need to run to a break to catch it, or?
93.
Oh, no, we're good. Yeah, so it's I'll have to double check here and see.
Are we
So
back?
that's
Oh, can you hear us? Oh, I
There
got
he
it. I
is.
got it.
There we go.
There we go. Got it.
42
Okay,
years.
we're good.
Okay, Dino?
Tammy.
Hey,
Tammy
how's
and
it
friends,
going?
How are you?
Good. We got
We're doing
Nancy and
okay.
Tammy here with you, Dino. Tell us what's going on out there.
Well, here's what's happening. We've been out here for a couple hours now, anyhow, and we're watching the rescue of the vehicle. This is the one that's been here for 42 years now.
Wow.
That's quite a long time. So this is all from the Somebody Knows Something Cold Case Investigation podcast that Chief Anna Lally is putting together, along with Detective Andrew Houghton and Matt Vartanian. I said it right that time. Matt Vartanian. And they're working the cold case files, and they've been making great advancements. We've helped build the podcast for the city of Elgin. We were privileged to do so, and we're on our 7th episode.
I
And
know,
one of
it's
the
pretty
things they've been
exciting.
doing, it is exciting, isn't it?
People are paying attention.
Yeah, and it's the 7th episode that we've actually aired on every other Wednesday. They'll play an episode and then have some question and answer, and maybe if anybody had any comments and what have you. But a lot of things have came from it. A lot of leads. The detectives are very pleased with the response from the public, and we're just ecstatic to be a part of that. And but it's not about us. It's about what these detectives and the police chief are doing with their cold case activity. And they're
Yeah,
making
hopefully
some
they
great
can
headway.
solve it. Yeah. Well, this is a
So,
huge clue. Yeah.
Were you still seeing video? Do you have our video?
I
coming
do
your way?
not have video. I just see our smiling little faces on our video.
There you go. Soon enough, you'll have some more video again. And
Okay.
What you're seeing out there is there's 2 boats. One is it's a non-for-profit group. It's called Chaos, and they have a sonar unit attached to the vehicle, or to the ship, I should say. And it was able to find this car, this 1980 Toyota Celica, that they've been looking for all this time. They confirmed it with the license plate. They were able to get the actual license plate number off of it, and they know that this is a vehicle. Excuse me. So now it's the getting the unit from the bottom of, you can imagine, a very mucky and muddy riverbed.
Yeah.
So they're attempting to do so with a crane. They have a rotator crane here from Redmond's.
Oh, I see.
So they've got it attached with their winch wires.
Do you know how deep that is, Dino? Do we know how deep that river is?
About 15 to 20 at the deepest point.
Okay.
And they've been really actively working hard on trying to get the vehicle out, again, intact, not just pulling it, because any evidence that could be left in the vehicle, they don't want it disturbed.
Yeah.
So you can imagine if you were just to take it from one end of a river and pull it to the other end, now you're getting all types of water rushing through it and everything else.
Well,
and you're
right.
not going to have it as it was at the time it landed there.
Right.
But,
and the biggest thing they're looking for is the body, right?
Well, yeah. Hopefully that will give the closure to the family.
Mm-hmm.
The investigation won't stop there because they still need to determine, was it she fell asleep, drove into the creek?
What made it
maybe
happen?
A deer.
Yeah.
The roads were different, 42 years ago out this way. So a
Mhm.
lot of things could have happened. It's all speculation at this point. But that's what they're hoping for. They're hoping give the family some closure, get some more evidence, and then they could dive into a little deeper and then, pass the information on as it becomes available.
That's exciting news, though. I mean,
it really is to be able to have, a cold case, just come right back with evidence, another piece, a good chunk of evidence that they can investigate further is really phenomenal. You're right, Tammy.
Yeah, it is, and it hasn't been that long. I mean, I don't remember when they started this, but it wasn't that long ago.
Well, they started the podcast January.
January,
Cold
okay.
Case in fact, the division, their cold
That's
case
not long
division,
ago.
headed up by those two detectives, Andrew and Matt, by Chief Anna Lally's guidance, I believe was born in January as well. So it's
awesome.
Yeah, it's
you
a lot
wonder why
happening here.
they didn't drag the river in 40 years ago.
Well,
when she
again,
disappeared.
not knowing what took place, you acted on what information you had at the time, and maybe this area wasn't, the point to be searching based on any information they had.
Yeah,
So
maybe.
they did what they had, to use at the moment.
Right.
But this is a collaborated effort. Chief Rob Sagan also has their rescue boat out here, and they unveiled it at our America First Responder Fest in 2023. It's a Sea-Doo pontoon boat, and it's got some type of wave runner technology. So it's a multi-purpose rescue unit, aquatic rescue unit. So it's really something to watch police departments, fire departments, everybody working together, to solve this cold case. It is amazing.
Yeah, it is, and it's pretty cool to be a part of it and have them find success so quickly. That's awesome.
Yeah,
well, we'll see what becomes of it, though. So, is there video footage that you want to show later on, Dean?
We'll show it later on if we can interrupt your show.
Absolutely.
But we'll see how it plays out at this point. When something different happens, the video that we've shown earlier is really not changed. But any changes we'll break in, and we'll try to give you an update as quick as we get it.
Okay, sounds great. Thanks for letting us know everything already, and we will be on standby to see what's next.
Thank you again for letting us break into your show.
Sure, we'll talk to you soon.
All right, talk to you ladies later. Bye now.
Okay, bye-bye. Well, that's one way to start the show, huh?
Yeah. How far was she last seen at a bar? in Elgin? How far
Not in
is
Elgin,
that?
in Carpentersville.
Oh, in Carpentersville.
She lives
So
in
how
Elgin.
far is that bar per se from the river?
No, it's all right there.
It's all to the river.
Yeah, I don't
goes
know.
close to the bar.
I don't know the location in Carpentersville of the bar. It's no longer there.
Okay.
But where
okay.
that was in relation to the river.
It was PM Bentley's is what it originally was.
Which is what? I don't even know where that's at.
It was, let me see the actual location here.
Finnegan's deciding to be a guard dog all of a sudden. Come here, Finny. Get down. He's been quiet the whole time, and then all of a sudden. Well, and then a neighbor came over, so that'll do it to him.
You're in Nashville.
I am.
Right now, yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Doing some carpentry.
Huh?
Doing some carpentry?
I am building. I'm a builder today. I'm building.
You're a builder. How's
I'm
that
building a media center that was delivered, I don't know, 5 weeks late, something like that. Yeah,
okay.
I'm not a happy person about this, but I need to put it together. So I've been doing it, man. I've been hammering away. I'm almost done. I only had to remove 2 pieces twice.
Oh, okay.
You know, you ever put those things together? You know, the IKEA crap, and you put this on backwards because you didn't know. And
the directions sometimes they're not very.
It's
intricate.
all pictures. It's all there's no words.
There's no words.
It's all pictures. Yeah, and then it's like, wait a minute, is that this piece or that piece? Does that go here? Does that go there? And then to be totally fair, they should have been more specific in their pictures, quite frankly. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to undo and redo. But whatever, it's I'm almost there.
And sometimes when you have the little A's and B's and they fall off, like they were on there.
Yes, that's true
not
too.
anymore.
I do have a couple of unnamed pieces. I haven't figured out where those are going yet, but we'll get there.
That's your puzzling. That's your
I'm
puzzling.
usually not allowed to put things together because I do it so poorly. And then usually it's like chairs I put together and then they fall apart and somebody falls. You know, that's how that works.
Yeah.
But I think we'll be okay with this. I'm almost, it's pretty solid. Don't sit on it. All I'm going to say is don't sit on it. That's what
Are you putting heavy things on there?
A fireplace is in it. It's got a little firebox in it, and it sits under the TV, so nothing else heavier.
Shouldn't it be sturdy enough for the fire?
It will
box?
be. It will be.
I'm pretty confident on that.
I am pretty confident. Sure.
Okay. We don't want any fires, Tam.
No. Oh no, it's not real fire. It's like a electric firebox. You know, it's like one of those glowy things. It just shoots off heat in that back room. It gets a little cold back there, so it helps.
So you were wondering where the bar was located?
Yes.
Yeah,
There was a place called the Meadowdale Shopping Center.
Okay.
Meadowdale.
In Carpentersville.
Okay.
It was on West Mall Drive in Carpentersville.
Oh, by the mall?
At the mall. And they had that there was a nightclub. It was an addition. It had been an addition to the Meadowdale Shopping Center in Carpentersville.
Okay.
Wow, okay.
And so I guess Nance was asking how far is that from the river? My question is her house where she lived, that bar and the river. What are those three?
Yeah, what are the coordinates there, right? Yeah.
So to see if that was just her ride home would have been a bad turn or whatever.
So you could see here that it was not too far away at all from.
Oh, okay. Here we go.
There's the river.
Here we go.
The Fox River.
There's
and
the
that
river.
red dot is the bar.
Where's her? I wonder where her house is.
Was it Elgin? I think she lived in Elgin. Didn't she?
You said Elgin. Yeah, sorry.
I think so, but I don't know for sure where. That's
interesting. You know that the podcast stuff is pretty crazy, isn't it? With the murder mysteries or murder cold cases and stuff. You know,
they just love the whole murder stuff. It's not my cup of tea, but
no, it's not mine either.
My daughter. I mean, I think it's the young ones that love that. You know, the 2020s is all murders now.
The true crime.
That's it.
Something or other. Yeah,
that's a big deal these days.
That's a big deal. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, but if you can help in a cold case. Now that to me is kind of interesting.
Oh, I think that's
you don't
fabulous.
Get the gore. You don't get the
No. It's fascinating, these cold cases. Now, when they're done with Karen, they'll come up with another one. I mean, they've got more than one cold case out there in Elgin. So they just started this division in January, and I'd say they're doing pretty good. They're getting a lot of interest. It's picking up steam. People love this kind of thing. So,
yep.
And you saw it. This is kind of fascinating that you got it down there in Dallas.
Yeah, we did.
On some sort of media. I don't know what Scott was looking at, but that's, that's good that at least it's getting the word out there, that it's going around.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so much for I had a couple of interesting little tidbits. I could probably cover them in 2 minutes, but one of them is, did you know that we're in a snack recession?
No, Tammy, I didn't.
A snack recession.
I've never heard of that in my entire life.
It's the wackiest thing
I don't
ever.
know what it is.
Well,
what are you talking about?
Here's the deal. Hold on, if I can find it, I'll tell you about it.
No more Cheetos? Or?
No, you can't have any more Cheetos, and here's why.
I like
We're
Cheetos.
in a recession. The snacking recession, here's why we're in a recession. Americans are snacking less, and that's a problem for the packaged food industry. After years of inflation, consumers are recoiling, fed up with food prices increases, and subtly immersed in an economic uncertainty. There is now a snack recession. General Mills on Wednesday became the latest food giant to sound the alarm about what CEO Jeff Harmening called a slowdown in snacking.
Good.
The company's net sales fell 5% in its last quarter, with U.S. snack sales down mid-single digits. The view is that a lot of it has to do with consumer confidence, he says. But let's see, J.M. Smucker's sales of sweet baked snacks fell 7% in the company's most recent quarter, down to $278.6 million of snacks. The Campbell's Company noted softness in some of their snacking categories earlier this month. Sales fell 4.3% in U.S. confidence stores. Let's see. And the other thing they're saying is that people are eating healthier now. They're trying to eat healthier, and that may have something to do with the snack things not being included in their food budget any longer. And then the other point of it is weight loss drugs are causing people to snack less. In fact, I saw a few interviews with people who are on those weight loss drugs saying that their grocery bills have been cut in half since they started using those weight loss drugs. So your appetite sure does get cut down, and I guess snacks go away with it. I don't know.
That's not a bad thing.
No, it is not.
I'm sorry, General Mills. I'm sorry, Campbell's.
Right,
but,
you guys with the big,
or
with the big
Smuckers,
old paychecks there. We're sorry to tell you.
Go in a different direction. Go in the healthier direction.
Well, so what would they do? How could Frito-Lay make a healthier snack? Would it be, carrot sticks disguised? I mean, what?
Well, yeah, there are, because I just bought some. They're dried. This is not gonna sound very but it's pretty appetizing, but it's pretty good. They're like a freeze-dried pea, but they have
it sounds horrid.
like a jalapeno. No, they're actually good. A jalapeno, seasoning.
A jalapeno pea?
Yeah, they're like dried little peas, and then pea shapes, and then they're it's peas, and then they have the seasoning on them, like a jalapeno seasoning.
Oh, so it's like are they hard?
They don't. Yeah, they're crunchy. They're good. So you eat them with it, a little Sammy,
What's it called?
And they're good. I think it's made by Harvest or something. Have to get it, but
jalapeno pea snacks. That's what that's called.
I mean, the thing is, you can make healthy snacks. You can make them, and
you
can
and
be
I could
crunchy
make healthy snacks. But could Cheetos make a healthy snack? I don't know.
I don't know.
I think we're going to find out, because if they start losing money, they'll come up with something.
Well, they will if they're smart.
Who knows what? Hey, listen, hear that sound?
Mm-hmm, I do.
You know what that is?
I do.
It's our new theme
it's your
song.
new.
Yeah. There it is.
I can hardly hear it, though.
There it is. Jam away. Tammy's here. WRMN.
Oh, I got
it. There it is.
Was that written for you?
Absolutely. Come
Who
on.
Who wrote that? Jingle?
Check out that word, sonar.
Sonar did?
I believe he was the composer of such item. Yeah, so we gotta run to a break, but enjoy our new theme song. We'll be back after these messages. Don't go away.
Hello, I'm Dennis Green. The White House is on defense in light of reporting from The Atlantic, which claims that their editor-in-chief was inadvertently added to a group chat with top administration officials to discuss strikes on the Houthis in Yemen. News Nation's Robert Sherman reports.
I'll read a part of the article for you. This is from Jeffrey Goldberg. It says, quote, the world found out shortly before 2 p.m. Eastern time on March 15th that the United States was bombing Houthi targets across Yemen. I, however, knew 2 hours before the first bombs exploded that the attack might be coming. The reason I knew this is that Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, had texted me the war plan at 11:44 a.m. The plan included precise information about weapons packages, targeting, and timing.
The National Security Council says the message thread appears to be authentic. The Trump administration is facing court battles over efforts to deport millions of illegal immigrants. News Nation's Tom Dempsey reports.
This court battle really intensifying, but this morning that temporary restraining order barring deportations of alleged gang members under the Alien Enemies Act remains in place after a long hearing in front of a 3-judge panel here in D.C. That hearing lasting 2 hours in front of an appeals court, with the Department of Justice again calling for that order to be lifted. But the ACLU claimed many of the people sent to El Salvador earlier this month were actually not gang members.
The panel's only Democratic appointee pushed back on the government's use of the Alien Enemies Act, saying the Trump administration skipped due process. For WRMN News, I'm Dennis Green. Be sure to listen to the WRMN Morning Show, starting every morning at 6 a.m.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
In this next Elgin City Council election, you'll have a choice to make, not just between political philosophies or even the candidates on the ballot. Your choice involves supporting someone who has always been there for Elgin, who has always been there for you as a longtime community volunteer and a lifelong resident. Elgin City Councilman Steve Thorne, running for re-election, is a name you know and a leader you can trust. His pledge is to maintain secure neighborhoods by continuing to support Elgin's police officers and firefighters. And Steve will work, like always, to protect your tax dollar. He's accessible and accountable. He's a friend, my friend, and your friend on the Elgin City Council. He's one of us for all of us. I'm asking that you vote to re-elect Steve Thorne to the Elgin City Council.
Paid for by Friends of Steve Thorne.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, mostly sunny with a high near 52. Temperatures falling to around 49. Windy with gusts up to 20 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 27. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 53. Currently, it is 49 and mainly clear. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So, what's that about?
So, let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Welcome back, everybody. Talk time with Tammy and friends here on Fox Valley Afternoons. Thanks for tuning in today. We have Dennis Sonar Green standing by. He is at the site on the Fox River of where the car for our friend Karen was just located. Is that about right? Sonar?
Yep. So they're still getting into the. Let me see here real quick.
So they're not here yet. They'll come on in a sec.
Yep, they'll be here in a sec.
All right. Well, it's pretty soon. Sonar will be joining it. Oh, look, there's our video. Hopefully, you can see that if you are on. If you are on YouTube at WRMN, you can check the video out. We've got live video from the scene of the river where the boat is now. This is that pontoon boat kind of thing, that skidoo pontoon boat, I think they were talking that.
Oh, yeah.
About. And that's just a little chunk of the river, man. Right there. So,
yeah, it is a little chunk of the river.
You know, I mean, it's wider in other spots, but I don't know if this is a low ground or I don't know anything about it. It'd be all guessing on my part. Matt, does Sonar have a mic?
Let me. I know he's on the phone lines here. Let me look just real quick here.
I don't know if he wants to talk to us or just show us some video right now. Stand by, please. Thanks for standing by with us. This is exciting discovery we've got. If you're just tuning in for the first time, there is some action on the Fox River in the cold case with the Elgin Police Department, and it looks like they got some evidence going on there. Hey, Sonar.
Go ahead, Dean.
Dino? Well, we're looking at video, but we'll wait for Dino and Sonar to hear the audio, and then let's see if they have anything to add for us today on this exciting news they found. Well,
so it was a couple police officers taking on a cold case. And how did your station help? How does
they did the podcast through us? We helped. They
did the podcast through their pod. Okay.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
And then we aired the podcast on our station for them.
Oh, okay.
Are getting just a little louder, so I'm assuming from our vantage point that they are pulling the vehicle toward the shoreline. Is pretty much what I think is going on.
With that little boat there, Dino?
Those smaller aquatic boats that we have out here.
Yeah.
One is that non-for-profit group KS, and they have their boat over closer to the shore. And now the Elgin Fire Rescue boat, that pontoon boat, is out more toward the middle. So I don't know if they have guide wires, which would kind of make sense, so that the vehicle would then go straight into where they wanted to land.
They pull it from shore somewhere there, huh? Is the fire department assisting in this then, Dino?
And we're trying to give you as much as we know as it's happening. But again, it's very difficult not knowing what steps you're taking. Again, just from past situations and past emergency sites I've been on, I can only assume that that's what's taking place. I'm certain as I see a lot of the other news crews getting closer, somebody must have tipped them off that something's about ready to happen. From our vantage point, you could see that what appears to be the vehicle being pulled closer to the shoreline by all indications. The boom on the wrecker, which is a 360 degree turret type thing, a crane, if you will. So that is, it's getting in position. I haven't seen the boom raise. I think they would have to raise it a little bit in order to get the vehicle to drain, for lack of a better word. We're also seeing the drones from the police department go up into the air. So we're thinking of maybe just getting a little bit closer. We're now out here just past 2 hours. What is it, 2:40 right now? 2:35?
Yep.
So, yeah, we all got out here at about 12:30 after the 10 o'clock press conference, and they said exactly what they were going to be doing. So, we're trying to give you as much as we can as it's occurring. And that's what's going on so far.
All
We're
right.
going to hang tight. We're going to try and we'll break in once we have something a little bit better to report. We're talking about maybe repositioning our cameras. But I think right now we have a pretty good shot of what's happening. But we may want to reposition.
Okay.
So we'll be back to you in just a little bit. Dee DeLaley, along with Dennis Green, is out here, Marky Bialik, and Dave Tees. We're trying to give you the report as it's happening. I know you're watching us live on YouTube, so stand by with us. You're listening to WRMN 1410.
Thank you, Dino. Thanks, appreciate it. Wow, that's pretty interesting there. And we've got the video up so we can see that for a second, though, to see what exactly is happening out there, and if they did, in fact, pull that car up to the shore and are going to take it out of the water. I'm sure they'll cut in with live shots when that's available.
Can you imagine, what that car looks like after 40 years?
Well, we're going to see it.
Yeah.
It was a 1980 Toyota Celica, which back in the day was a good car.
Yeah, it was, and it was a pretty new car.
Yeah, I think so.
Because if it's an 80 and it's 83 that she disappeared.
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Huh.
No,
Wonder what else is in that river, Tam.
Well, who knows what other?
I mean,
what else
there's a big car in there.
What other lumps they're running over? Who knows?
Geez, right? I mean,
there was
a car.
There was some chatter of some sort of bend where people would dump their old cars and whatnot in that river. So I don't know. I don't know what else is down there, but I'm sure they're looking at different things. There's a drone right in front of us, that little baby drone. It just, if on your YouTube feed, if you were watching that, it's just underneath the camera now.
Oh, yeah.
But you probably get some good, the fire department probably can get some good shots with those drones out there as well.
That's pretty cray.
Mm-hmm. A little wacky. Well, not sure which way to go with our show today.
I know, right?
we could chat about a News Nation clip if we got time, but this is more exciting. But you can only talk so much.
Of course, I've got news for you there.
What do you got,
ladies?
What do you got?
What?
Nice to see you, Sonar. What's happening?
Hi, Sonar.
Yeah, all kinds of great things out here. I've had an exciting morning.
All
Sounds
right.
like you
I
guys
bet
have
you
too,
have.
or at least an exciting show.
I've had an exciting 42 minutes.
It's there. So, we've been out here for a little bit. They're finally starting to pull the vehicle in. So we're just sitting behind the Elgin police vehicle, where we should be able to see, if you're watching the YouTube stream, just to the right of this large tree that's in our way is that crane, and it does look like it has brought the vehicle at least to the shore.
Wow.
So they did.
Can you see a vehicle from where you're at, Sonar?
I can't see a vehicle yet, but
Okay.
if I can zoom in a little bit, there should be a straight line as you
I see the line
right here.
Yeah.
That line is attached to the recovered vehicle.
Wow.
So it's already there. What we'll see is it'll come right up over this police vehicle. As you can see, the pontoon that Dean was just talking about from the Elgin fire is pulling up over there. They're going to make sure that it doesn't hit anything, kind of like how when you pull a crane up and somebody has a guideline on it.
Yeah.
So they'll attach a line in there, and it'll attach to the vehicle, and we should see it come right back up.
Wow. And we don't know at this point if she's in that vehicle or not, or do we know she's not
We
in it?
do not know.
Okay.
No, I don't believe that it
Divers
was
went in. We don't know
visible
anything.
enough with the
Yeah.
divers. Yeah. At least they have not said anything publicly with it.
Okay.
The other side of it too is just to the left of me. We do have the family
Right.
as well. We're gonna hopefully get an interview with them, but the crane's coming up right now.
I
As you
see
can
it.
see, just that line there. So they are going to reattach it to the actual vehicle and pull it up. But you could just imagine, for a family for 42 years, just not knowing
right
anything about her.
It's just, she just disappeared. Just disappeared one night, never showed up again. So that, and she's from a pretty big family, isn't she? And a lot of them are still in the area.
I believe so.
Yeah.
There are a couple people over there. There's a good 5 or 6 people that looks like are part of the family. So I could absolutely imagine, or I guess not imagine, the devastation of just not knowing that, or talking to somebody and then hours later not knowing anything about them or what happened.
Right.
Sarah, go ahead.
I would think that this might even be a relief for the family of some sort of closure, at least where her car is. If she's not in there, then that gives them more to go on. But at least they found a giant piece of this puzzle.
Oh, exactly. Because a lot of this is about the clues that they're going to find of what happened. I mean, we know that she disappeared. We can assume that she hasn't survived for this long, but what we don't know is how. We don't know why. We don't know anything like that as well. So, I mean, that's, I think, not only the closure of if she is still or not. I think the other side of it too is the wanting to know what happened. Was it something purposeful on her own part? Was it something nefarious on someone else's part? I mean, it really is going to answer some questions, but open up a whole bunch more.
It will open up a bunch more, at least, but they can at least figure out, and I don't know from the configuration or where they found it exactly in the river that they've drug it to this side, where they think it entered, the river at.
I'm going to move the camera just a little bit because it's coming up now. I'm going to leave it where it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Go ahead.
I see the drone on the ground, but there, that's better.
Okay, you'll be having the camera on it in just a moment. They do have the vehicle
you got to reset,
raised up now with the boom. The boom
there
is
it
being
is.
elevated,
There's the vehicle.
Hopefully going to let the water and debris.
What color does it look to be? I can't really
out of the
tell.
vehicle. Can you see the vehicle from there?
I can see a mass of metal. I can't tell you heads nor tails out of what it is at this juncture.
Yeah,
I
it's
can't either. Wow.
It's the car is like actually upside down.
I gotcha.
They've got it attached to one of the axles. So they're trying to set the vehicle down. Like I said, that would cause a less disturbance to what is inside the vehicle.
They're trying to set it on the shore?
Yes, that's what they've done right now.
Okay.
They did. It is on shore. I will report that. It is on shore right now, but I think they're going to want to get as much water out of the vehicle as they can, and then maybe set it on the wheels.
Can you see the vehicle, Dean? Can you see it?
It's just to the other side of the police car now.
Yeah.
Earlier in the shot, you saw it being brought up.
Were the windows open or closed?
Down to the edge
wondering.
a little bit.
Could you tell if the windows were shut?
No, for sure you could see the one side I had, the window was open.
Okay.
Oh.
All right, that's different. That's a different story then. Interesting. Interesting. Okay.
You remember how long we've had electric windows? I mean, I say that because you know you can't roll those down if your car gets waterlogged.
I want to say, let's see. I had a Vega.
Yes, you did.
Rutabaga Vega was her name, and well, it was a boy, and it had.
Oh, was it?
It was because it was a stick shift, and it had. That's why it was a boy.
That was why it was a boy. I get it.
And it had roll-up windows. I had manual windows in that puppy. And that
You
was
did. Do you remember when do you remember what your year was on that?
I don't know.
Was it 70s? Did you buy
it was
that
totally
in the 70s?
late 70s. It was but that car was
I liked the roll-up windows myself.
Do you?
Yeah, I did. I thought they were fun. They were cool.
Well, you could get those again if you want.
You know, when you jump, if you went off a bridge, you roll those down,
Well, why would I be going off a bridge
Tammy?
and roll those down?
Just
Yes.
saying.
Okay, so again, we have a view on the vehicle.
Okay.
It is on the shore. and the vehicle is upside down. The
I see the
wheels are up.
tires. Yep.
You see? Can you see the tires from your our point?
we can.
I see the
Okay.
undercarriage of the car, and either the front or the back tires are visible, and then it looks like the other tires are going to be behind that stop sign now.
Wow.
Yeah, on the other side, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. It looks like the back end is onto the shore.
Mm. Oh, the back end. Okay, so the front end are the tires we're looking at, and they're looking at things around there right now. I don't know if they're flipping it, going to flip it over, what the next step is in this process. And who do we have out there,
The vehicle is
Dino?
on the shore.
Do we have police out there?
I would imagine the next process is what they have got is you can see some of the people going around, and like Anna Lally, Chief Lally said this morning, this is an active crime scene.
Mm-hmm.
So what they are trying to do is preserve as many clues as they possibly can.
Mm-hmm.
Even while the water is draining out, they want to make sure that nothing is flowing out. If there are any stains, if there are any scratches, anything that happened during the incident versus what has happened during moving.
Mm-hmm.
And so if they move too much, just like if you were moving furniture or anything else, you're bumping and scraping into a bunch of different things, and they don't want those to be misconstrued as clues.
Mm-hmm.
So what they're doing is they've got a couple people taking pictures. They've got more people making sure that everything is being logged and cataloged, and now you've got everybody moving out of the way so that they can move it again.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense, actually.
Well, you think they're going to flip it upright to tow it out, to take it to their evidence locker or whatever?
Well, they do have a flatbed standing by.
Okay.
So I would assume that's what they're going to do, so they could properly collect any evidence or anything that may be useful going further.
Yeah. And then would they give it back to the family? What do they do with the car then? They probably keep it for a while until this is solved.
Yeah, I think at this point that's really immaterial what happens with the vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
But they just want to make sure they can collect as much. You know, it sounds a lot of redundancy to what we're saying, but until we could show you something different from the camera's view anyhow, so everybody else could see as well, we're just speculating as to what's going to happen. We know for a fact, though, this is an active crime scene, like the chief has said earlier, and they're going to have to, go through it with a fine-tooth comb like they do with all investigations, and they'll make the best of what they have, what they've collected for today.
Well, it's pretty fascinating and a nice step forward in this case for sure.
Wonder what led them to the
It's quite
river.
amazing when you think it's only been 7 episodes,
right?
And that's with the Somebody Knows Something podcast. So a lot of information has come in. Mark on the morning show talks to the 2 officers, the 2 detectives that have been in charge of the cold case files, and a lot of information has come of it.
Yeah, and then we're also playing back those podcasts on the air, which is helpful, I think, too.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Huh.
To get that info out there. And Nancy was asking, why did they dredge the river? Because it was part of a water search, and when they reopened the case, they decided, I don't know if it was evidence driven, and Dino, I don't know if you know that. Was it evidence driven, or was this just a procedural thing? We're going to start dredging water around the
place. As far as the water rescue part?
Yes.
I believe that they've uncovered more information that maybe she was local and did not. See, originally they had information. She just wanted to get away for a little bit. There's all types of information that was out there. But she was out with a bunch of co-workers.
Right.
The night before at a Carpentersville bar.
Okay. Oh, okay.
So that's just the background to it all. But it didn't lead anybody to the river being a part of it. The vehicle was at this Carpentersville bar and then disappeared along with her from that point. So again, who knows how it ended up in the river? It could be something as innocent as a deer cut her off and her vehicle went into the water.
Yeah.
Or if there's something nefarious behind it, we don't know. And that's why it's still an active scene, and they're going to investigate everything and report back whatever they know.
What's your weather out there today, Dino? Is it warmer? It looks a little bit warmer.
Well, they keep saying it's 50 degrees out here, but I don't buy it,
You're getting a breeze. I can see you're getting a breeze, yeah.
So maybe the hard temperature is 51, but I would say cooler near the river.
Yeah, right. Well, you got yourself some sunshine, though, it looks like. That's helpful.
Oh, the sun is beating on us. That feels good, but it's still chilly out here. That's for sure.
Okay.
So you've got a lot of officers around the vehicle right now. So I'm sure they're trying to secure the vehicle as best they can so that the wrecker is able to lift the vehicle up and keep it all intact. Because, again, anything that gets swooshed around or moved around could, taint some of the evidence that could possibly be there.
You don't want to destroy anything that's in there, whatever they need, correct. But if the window was open, that's a different story than if the windows were closed for 42 years.
Yeah, I mean, possibly, right?
Yeah. But he said he saw his side, what Dino saw his side open. So at least your side of the windows were open.
Yeah. Well, if you have a Farmer's Almanac, this occurred April 16th.
I was just going to ask you that.
1983.
Okay.
That's when she went missing.
April 16th.
Our Chicago area weather, we had 70s the other day and snow that same day.
Yeah.
So it's very difficult to call it. And if the window was open, maybe, I don't know, wanted to get some fresh air after being out with their friends all night. Only speculation.
Right. Who knows? Who knows what the weather was that night? Who knows if she opened them? Who knows if they broke out while it was in there? Who knows? Or the impact?
Right.
Who knows?
And there was some report the police the divers had broken out one of the windows.
Okay.
So I don't know if the window I saw was one they broke out.
Yes.
If all the windows were broken out. We don't have any actual facts.
Gotcha.
Other than what we were told. And we're just repeating what is told to us.
Yeah. So if the divers broke out a window for sure, that could be part of it, And that means, but then to me, that says if the divers broke out a window, they were closed.
Right.
That's pretty good.
Thanks.
Tammy,
I'm quite the detective.
This is why it's Tammy and Friends, right?
That's
right, exactly. Exactly.
She needs help sometimes. Just a little.
I just hope that this recovery gives the family what they need.
I know.
No one's
it has to be so hard for them.
We're not trying to look for a body, and we're certainly not going to show that on our video.
No.
But, if it could give the family, at least they know, where Karen is, that could give some sense of...
Well, I mean, even now, just to know that's where her car ended up. Okay.
Right.
That's, that at least is a little bit of piecing together that night a little bit more. But we'll see where we go from here. I mean, I'm sure there's a ton of evidence in that car if they can't solve it through that car.
And I'm sure that her family is going through all the emotions that, they went through years ago. I mean, again, at one point it's closure, maybe. On the other point, it's got to be just stirring up all those.
It's taken the scab off the wound once again.
Yes, yes.
And I tell you, it's probably been that way for the past, 42 years.
Yeah.
Every time they got a lead and turned out to be nothing.
Yeah.
And so it's, but I tell you, the good thing I like to hear is that at least your Elgin Police Department is following up on these cold cases and they've not let it go. I think that speaks volumes.
No, it's a fabulous thing
that they have here.
We're going to take a time out at the top of the hour,
Just a little break, but we'll keep the video on Dina's on our side.
Okay.
Things, so
sounds good. All right, we'll be back after this. Don't go away.
My name is Mark Smith, and I am running for Elgin City Council. I am a proud 22-year veteran of the United States Army, former Elgin police officer, past Elgin Image Advisory Commission member, past president of the Elgin Patriotic Memorial Association, current commander of the largest local veterans organization, and a newly appointed member of the Elgin Civilian Police Review Board. If you are concerned about the direction of our city or the representation you have been receiving from your current council members, I humbly ask for your vote on April 1st. I will be your council member who asks tough questions, solves problems, protects our finances, and listen to the concerns and needs of the members of our community. My main focus will be economic growth, community development, collaborations, and transparency and accountability. The time for change is now, and I humbly ask for your support, your trust, and your partnership as together we can build a strong and vibrant future for Elgin. Please vote Smith for Elgin City Council. Paid for by Mark Smith for Elgin City Council.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 3 o'clock.
This is WRMN News.
Hello, I'm Dennis Green. The White House is on defense in light of reporting from The Atlantic, which claims that their editor-in-chief was inadvertently added to a group chat with top administration officials to discuss strikes on the Houthis in Yemen. News Nation's Robert Sherman reports.
I'll read a part of the article for you. This is from Jeffrey Goldberg. It says, quote, "The world found out shortly before 2 p.m. Eastern time on March 15th that the United States was bombing Houthi targets across Yemen. I, however, knew 2 hours before the first bombs exploded that the attack might be coming. The reason I knew this is that Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, had texted me the war plan at 11:44 a.m. The plan included precise information about weapons packages, targeting, and timing."
The National Security Council says the message thread appears to be authentic. The Trump administration is facing court battles over efforts to deport millions of illegal immigrants. News Nation's Tom Dempsey reports.
This court battle really intensifying, but this morning that temporary restraining order barring deportations of alleged gang members under the Alien Enemies Act remains in place after a long hearing in front of a 3-judge panel here in D.C. That hearing lasting 2 hours in front of an appeals court, with the Department of Justice again calling for that order to be lifted. But the ACLU claimed many of the people sent to El Salvador earlier this month were actually not gang members.
The panel's only Democratic appointee pushed back on the government's use of the Alien Enemies Act, saying the Trump administration skipped due process. For WRMN News, I'm Dennis Green. Be sure to listen to the WRMN Morning Show, starting every morning at 6 a.m.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan. Brought to you by Sky Rizzi. King County State's Attorney Jamie Mosser has announced a dedicated election complaint line for the upcoming April 1st consolidated election. It'll run from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. on Election Day. The number is 630-208-5328 if you have any election complaints. The history of Naperville is set to come to life with the Origins of Naperville walking tour set for April 3rd from 5:30 to 6:30 p.m. Participants will go 2 miles in about 60 minutes covering Naperville history. To secure your spot, you will need to register in advance. Contact the City of Naperville for further information. A stabbing in the 800 block of Suzanne Lane on March 18th has led to an arrest. The adult female victim, found with life-threatening injuries, rushed to a nearby hospital but unfortunately did not survive, leading to the arrest of Yonatan Villafuerte Antiveros, who now faces 2 counts of first-degree murder. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
As a fan, you know all the important sports cliches. And when you save money by bundling your home and auto with Progressive, you can get out there and give it 110%, even though that's mathematically impossible. And remember, failure is not an option. Well, it's always an option, just not a good one. But you're not worried because you've got ice in your veins. You're on fire. How can both of those things be true at the same time? Well, that's between you and your doctor. So get out there and leave it all on the field. Leave what? Who cares? Just leave it and save with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, mostly sunny with a high near 52. Temperatures falling to around 49. Windy with gusts up to 20 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 27. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 53. Currently, it is 49 and mainly clear. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Listen this Sunday afternoon to Handle on the Law.
I know we're at an at-will date, but for making a comment, like, hey, your hair looks good. And then I got a call from HR saying, hey, you know what, you're under investigation. Do I have any recourse?
Were you fired?
No, not yet.
The problem, Eddie, is they can fire you for any reason they want. They literally can wake up in the morning and say, you know what, I'm a little bored this morning. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to fire Eddie for no reason. Yep, he can do that. Yeah, that's California. Yep, welcome.
It's Handle on the Law this Sunday afternoon from 4 to 7 right here on WRMN.
Chicago defense attorney Mark Schieblo has co-authored the book titled DUI Jury Trial, which is a true story of a DUI case that he defended. The accused was an Illinois truck driver arrested for driving under the influence of alcohol. This book contains facts about the case from the date of the arrest up to the jury's verdict, and this nonfiction novel also includes the transcripts from the jury trial itself. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Turn it on, let's begin. It's talk time with Tammy and friends. Grab a seat, jump on in. It's talk time with Tammy and friends. Oh, talk time, Tammy's here on WRMN. Oh, talk time with Tammy and friends.
Welcome in, everybody. It is Talk Time with Tammy and Friends here on Fox Valley Afternoons. We are kind of in the middle of this investigation with Elgin Police, Elgin Fire, and our reporters, Dino, Marky B, and who else is out there? I forgot.
Sonar.
Who you said. Sonar. Are they're pulling the car out of the river from the cold case. So we've got them on standby. If anything significant happens, we're going to break in. But I think we're just going to move forward with our show. If my co-host ever comes back on,
I don't know where she went.
No, it looks like she vanished. I don't know where she's at, but I can do my weather real quick for you, and then she's got a little segment that is actually a really cute segment that I wanted to get into with everybody in just a second here. And then if they have anything new coming in, we'll interrupt programming for it.
Yep.
Let's see. It says currently 49. Dino says it's 51 out there, but somewhere around there in the Elgin district. It is sunny to partly sunny. Looks pretty sunny to me around those parts. It's going down to 29 tonight. Partly cloudy this evening with more clouds for overnight. Tomorrow, Wednesday, the 26th of March, you've got a high of 54 and a mix of clouds and sun in the morning, followed by cloudy skies during the afternoon. And then tomorrow night, 39 degrees and cloudy skies. And then Thursday, we've got 56. Let's see. We've got overcast and a high of 56 on Thursday. And then let's see. What else do we have happening here? Well, we're looking at Thursday night, a low of 44 degrees, considerable cloudiness, occasional rain showers later in the night. Those winds are going to be out of the southeast at 10 miles an hour, and you've got a 60% chance of rain happening there. And then let's see, we've got next on this is Friday. Look at Friday, will you? You're going from a high of 56 on Thursday to a high of 76 on Friday. Woohoo! Party. There'll be shorts. Okay, Dino's on the phone. Let's see what Dino's got going on. What's happening there, Dino?
Hey, how are you?
We're
I'm
hanging
calling you
in
from
there.
my cell phone.
Okay.
So what appears to be happening, at least at this point, they do have the vehicle in like a four-part sling. So it would be like around each one of the tires or wheels.
Okay.
So they are trying to elevate the vehicle, maybe just to get more evidence. It's hard to see from where we are. I'll try and send you some still pictures that Matt could put up as well.
Okay.
But that's what they're doing right now. They do have the vehicle in a sling, so I would think they're going to elevate it off of the bank and onto the pavement so they could work at least on even ground.
And they haven't flipped it over yet, right? It's still on wheels up?
That's correct. Still upside down.
Right. Okay. And you think they're going to put it on the flatbed upside down?
That's correct.
Okay. All right.
Preserve as much evidence as they can. And that we may be standing next to one of the family members, so I'm going to move my voice, give them the dignity and respect that they need. So, yeah, we're going to report as much as we can, as best as we can.
All right. We appreciate you guys being out there and letting us know what's happening.
Yeah, we're praying and hoping for closure for the family. I mean, that's what I'm hoping for, and I believe all of our listeners should be hoping for the same. But we hope that this will close the case so they can get the evidence they need to find out what took place.
Yep. I hear you. And so this sounds like a good piece to that puzzle, though, that they can help figure that out.
Certainly. And we'll talk to you just a little bit. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Dino. Okay, so that in the meantime, Nancy's got a Wonder Why segment for us. Now, you might get interrupted, girlfriend, but it's a pretty cute segment, so I think we can start chatting about it, and then if they get more things, well, then we'll piece it together. Nancy's been wondering. What have you been wondering about today?
Well, it seems a little odd in light of what we're witnessing on the air, but you know, to change it to a little bit lighter, a lot lighter,
yeah,
of a ponderance, and then we'll stop if Dino has any more information or sonar. So I was wondering to myself, you know, do animals laugh? Do they laugh like us? Right?
There's a monkey laughing.
Look, that's a little monkey there. Look at him. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you for the laughing monkey.
And there's more. Okay. Okay, so, you know, it's fun to imagine, right? And easy to assume that animals share our human emotions. But it's recently been documented that some animals do indeed share our human emotions and do indeed. We call it laughter, or the researchers are calling it laughter.
Look at that guy. Is that an owl?
It looks like a snow owl or something,
cute.
right? Isn't that cute? So anyway, but recently it's been documented that, you know, they do have that human trait of laughter. So do you know that they've found that dogs, now hold on to your hats.
I'm waiting.
This is rats, chimpanzees, and other apes. These species do emit a sound of laughter. Isn't that crazy?
Can I hear a dog chuckle, please? What does that sound like?
Yeah, it's more of a, you know, an open mouth panting, you know, when they're panting, when you're, you know, playing with them and tickling, you know, scratching their tummies and kind of tickling them.
I don't think I've heard a rat do it, though. I mean,
right? I know.
And does that boil down to mice as well, or just rats?
No, and mice too. They've done mice too, but yeah. So the idea of trying to see if animals laugh or have that human emotion of elation and fun dates back to 1872. Good old Charles Darwin. The expression of emotions in man and animals. He focused mostly on chimpanzees, which we know are most like humans, right? And other apes, and he observed them emitting a laughter-like sound in response to tickling and playing that was very different from other, sounds that they emit when they're hunting or when they're, when they're angry, right? It's a very different sound. So they're assuming that it's a laughter. So more recently, though, in 2001, animal behaviorist Patricia Simonet isolated a sound that dogs make exclusively during play, which she documented as a forced, like I was saying, breathy exhalation. Using a spectrograph analysis, she compared this sound to other sounds that the dogs produce, like when they're whining or barking. It's very different. Isn't that crazy? Even other dogs seem to recognize and associate laugh with pleasure. When she played, this behaviorist, when she played these recordings to other dogs, they would do the play bow. So you know how they bow down?
You mean like a downward dog?
I call it, downward dog. I call it the play stance, but and even puppies, when they heard those sounds, they reacted. So that's pretty interesting, isn't it?
It sure is.
It says even rats have their own unique pleasure sound. In the late 1990s, Bowling Green University neuroscientist Jack Pansep observed that this is hilarious, when he tickled the nape area of baby rats, the rats made a distinctive chirp sound. Chirp, chirp.
Well, okay, let's just start with who's going to tickle a rat besides that guy. Yeah, that
I'll tell you what, Jack did. He tickled that.
Jack can tickle the rat all he wants, man.
Isn't that funny?
Yes.
He actually tickled its little neck. It makes you feel bad about putting decon
out. No.
It makes you feel a little bad.
I was just thinking that because, we get the occasional mice when the weather turns, and they're quickly abated, if you will. But now, should I tell them a joke first, maybe?
I think you could tell them a joke.
Maybe do a little tickle, 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 tickle.
Yeah, and well, that's a bit of a higher level. Hey, Matt, can you pull up the orangutan?
The orangutan. Yeah, that one.
That was a good one.
Let's see. We've got an orangutan who's laughing. And what about pigs, Nancy? They say pigs are really intelligent.
Yeah, I did not run across.
Is this the one you want?
There were 62 species. Yes. There were 62 species of animals that were tested. They didn't mention
pigs swine.
Per se.
Yeah.
But they did mention dolphins.
Oh,
as we know, they have a higher level of
smart,
thinking, right?
Yeah.
And apparently, rats are pretty smart. Remember that? Remember the movie Rats with Willard? Willard.
Yeah.
He organized
the movie
them all.
Ben. It was about a rat.
Ben was. Ooh, that was. They could do it. They put their minds to it. Let's not tell them that, though.
So I wonder if they've ever tickled a cockroach before. I'm just saying. If they're tickling
I don't know
mice.
I think the cockroach. It's a little different deal, but they've definitely done it with rats and dogs and dolphins, which is pretty crazy, isn't that?
What about horses? Are they in there? Horses
are not in here.
Because they're pretty smart. They kind of get the human interaction kind of stuff.
Yeah, I think we probably underestimate a lot of animals.
Yeah. Well, pigs
sure.
are supposed to be like, I'm feeling guilty about that bacon now. Kids.
Yeah, the bacon.
Pigs are smart, man, and we're eating them like crazy. So.
Well, and they've also found that birds. So the team identified, like I said, 65 species that quote laughed. Most were mammals, but a few were birds. Now, I do know we talked about crows, didn't we? That they are smart and they do interact with humans.
Crows will watch your behavior and like mimic your, like they know when you come and you go, and then they crows are not dumb. They're not. They're annoying, but they're not dumb.
No, I know it. Isn't that funny? And the one really cute thing, I guess I could have sent you. I don't know if I could have sent. Well, I guess I could have sent you a video. Can I send video?
You can send a video to the 505 line.
On the 505 line. Well, because
Or you can just tell Matt the website and he'll find it. That's probably the easiest way at this point.
It's theguardian.com, tickling rats and giggling dolphins. Yeah.
Okay. Tickling rats and giggling dolphins. That sounds like a new song you're writing.
Joke. But you'll just die when you see this cute YouTube video. And in light of everything that's going on, it's kind of nice to watch just a fun video. I talked about the Jack guy.
Yeah, Jack is the one who was tickling the mice. Yeah, or the rats.
Yeah. So, so humans, when they're babies, we're not capable of, they also did a study where, do animals, can they see themselves in a mirror?
Okay.
Do they recognize what that is?
Oh, dogs do. Some dogs do. Not all
Some dogs do. And then dolphins do. Because, they're
do.
Really brilliant. Now, babies do not do this until they're 15 to 18 months old. Which is interesting because they don't have that higher level of thinking. So that mental self-recognition is the ability to place yourself in context with the situation.
Right.
But if you think of how refined our humor is, right? It's all based on what are societal norms and why are things funny? Things are funny because they're out of the norm, right? Or they're taking social mores and they're and we're twisting it and turning it. I don't know if he saw that, but it's pretty interesting how high level
There's the video.
Well, no, that's not it.
Oh, that's not. Which one is it?
It is a dolphin. So it's a girl doing backflips. Let's see if I can.
Oh, I've got it.
Okay. She's doing backflips. It's so
Is there
cute.
audio to it or just video?
Yeah, there's a little audio.
I don't know if we need it.
You got to see that. It's so cute.
Oh, I've seen this before.
Have you? I've never seen it. Look at that one guy. Look at him.
He's cute.
I know.
He's smiling. This little.
You
dolphin.
see his little smile and his little.
He's
and
like
so what dolphins do is they do a like a click sound
when they're happy,
when they laugh. It's a distinct like click click click.
Well, he was definitely watching her. Was he laughing? Can you laugh underwater?
Sure, you can.
Or is that a question for yes or no?
But can you hear it if they laugh underwater? There's the question, right?
You can hear underwater. We learned that on yes or no. For sure.
Yeah. So, see, I'm trying to dolphins.
Yes.
I'm trying to find what their little sound is.
Oh, well, isn't that it?
Yeah, that's it.
That's like what the dolphins I've seen make that little squeaky noise, and then maybe the click 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 click. I didn't know that was laughter.
It took humans a while. It's an evolution that appears to be taking place even in dogs and even in other species, not just humans.
Yeah.
But over 50,000 years, we've developed that more refined ability to do that, to laugh, laugh at.
So what makes a dog laugh then? What
crazy?
What do you do to get Fido
Gitchy goo.
Gitchy goo, giggle giggle.
Gitchy goo.
I don't know. Mine will wag his. I call it a donut tail because it's all round. It's a doodle tail.
Yeah,
it's all round.
Yep. I have
wag his little donut tail, but I don't know. Well, how do you know when he's laughing, man? I don't know.
Well, they say it's like a pant, 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 and then, sound like a.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to have to look into that. We'll have to find I want to see a video of a dog laughing so I know what I'm looking for, man. It's just a pant. I don't know if I could. And do they smile? We had a dog, Tiger. He was I don't know why his name was Tiger. He was all black. He was nothing close to a tiger. He was Cockapoo, little Cockapoo back in the 80s. No, 80s. What am I talking about? 70s, for sure, in the 70s, when I was a kid. And he used to smile huge, like all teeth smiled.
Funny.
Yeah. Now, is that, I mean, I don't know if that's, I mean, I was a kid, so I thought he was smiling. But as an adult, you think, he can't be smiling. That has to be just a reaction that they have. You know, you ever seen pictures of a dog smiling?
Well, it's joy. I mean, it's joy. You know,
Yeah.
it's an expression of joy. They don't have the vocal cords, you know, to laugh like we do. You know, they don't have they don't have the oral structure to produce words like we do. We talked about this too, didn't we? I remember we talked about this a long time ago.
Right.
You know, why can't dogs talk? Remember my other ponderance?
Yeah.
Why
You,
don't dogs talk?
you seem to have a theme going on here.
I do. I just thought about that.
Yeah. So, okay.
I bet
what you got? What you, what
Yeah,
you got?
people are saying the biggest story in Elgin today, and you're talking about animals laughing.
I know. I said that. I'm like, I don't know if this is exactly.
I got nothing else prepared, man.
What we should be doing, but
we could be tap dancing here.
Yeah.
We're still waiting on some more footage. We've got to charge some stuff up. So
yeah, so
they've been out there for a long time.
Yeah. Yes, they have, and I'm sure that they're running low on equipment. But listen, we got to keep you entertained. We're entertaining the troops, waiting for the update, man. There's not much else we can do. Who made such a comment, young man?
It was a gentleman by the name of Kenneth. I know him.
Okay.
Kenneth.
All right, Kenneth. We're working it. We're working it, Kenneth.
Yeah,
If you wanna see if you can do better, come on in. Give us a jingle. Jump on,
we're
man.
open. We're open.
We had a
open for-
show planned. We had no idea this was going to come down. So that's what we're just tap dancing in between breaks and cut-ins right now to see what happened next with the equipment. So they're rearranging out there. They're repositioning and charging up their equipment and all that other stuff. And I'm sure we'll get more after they get everything charged up. But until then, we're talking about dogs and cats and rats and laughter, because that's what we got.
rats even, you know, this will just make you have a whole different look. Well, some people, I guess, but you know, they even, when they studied them for human behavior,
yes,
they actually found that when they were tickled, they would play bite and chirp. It's a really high pitched chirp.
Wait, like who's doing the chirping? The mouse?
The rats.
The
rats.
rats.
They play bite. You know, like, I mean, you know how your dogs play
My
bite?
cat does it.
You?
Yeah.
And your cat and babies kind of, you know.
Babies play bite?
Well, they not in the way we think, but you know, when they first start biting on everything.
Yeah.
But yeah. So yeah, isn't that crazy?
It is.
Play biting.
They play bite when you're doing what? Like what?
Like tickling them.
Oh, if I go to
when
tickle
you're playing,
a rat.
If you're playing with your rat.
When I play, I see. When I'm playing with my rat and I tickle him, he might play bite me. Not really bite me.
He just play bites you.
Mm-hmm. He might play bite me. I see. I see. But then if he play bites me, I'll have a mallet ready because I don't want to get play bit. Well, what if he really bites me?
Well, then you have to tell him no, you know, and you have to be a little firm maybe with him and, you know, just try to tell him
I'm very firm with my rats. Very, very firm with all the rats.
So Charles Darwin wrote, there's no fundamental difference between man and higher mammals in their mental faculties.
Is that right?
Well, that's what he says.
I don't think I believe him on that one.
You know, I find that a little hard to believe.
Right.
You know.
Well, Darwin had a lot of wacky, some wacky theories out there too.
Some good and some, you know, yeah.
Well, that one. I've decided.
Well, that one.
That one's a little wacky.
Although they do say, I mean, we talked about that before, that dolphins actually have a bigger brain than humans, so. They just don't have the opposable fingers like we do.
I'm telling you, it's the pigs. I've been reading a lot about pigs lately. I don't know why.
Have you been reading a lot about
smart
pigs? Please tell us
about intelligent pigs and how highly intelligent they are. They're like dogs.
We shouldn't be eating them then.
Well, I know. I feel a little guilty about the bacon these days because they're.
And what
so
about
smart.
the pulled pork Sammy?
Can't do that anymore either, huh? I don't know.
Oh, it's a sad state of affairs.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to think about this. I don't know.
Yeah.
No, I don't. Whatever. I'm not a big fan of eating things with faces, as they say, but we do it because we're.
Everybody, a lot of people, the animals do it. They eat each other. So
right.
We're not the only ones.
And they're not quite as civil as we are. All right, you hear our happy new theme song. Please enjoy it during the break. We're going to take that break. And let's see what the next half hour holds, if we've got more footage from the boys out there or if we're going to continue to tap dance. let's
Maybe we have some more animal jokes. Who knows?
Oh, yeah. Oh,
if you're lucky, caller, only if you're lucky.
All right. Okay. We'll be back. Don't go away.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Curdan. Brought to you by Sky Rizzy. Search efforts continue on the Fox River as Elgin police continue their investigation into the disappearance of Karen Shepherd, missing now for over 4 decades. The cold case unit, collaborating with Chaos Divers, employing advanced technologies to locate some potential evidence. Their focus remains on a possible route along Duncan Avenue as the speculated path that Shepherd might have taken after leaving a Carpentersville bar. 2 Naperville residents, Emily Frasca and Max Bosco, facing charges after a crime spree that went through Lisle and Naperville. Officials state that Frasca attempted to rob a woman at a Naperville ATM armed with a knife. The victim managed to evade the attack. Meanwhile, shortly after, the duo reportedly struck again, robbing a convenience store in Lisle. If you're interested in knowing more about the missing persons case of Karen Shepherd, of course, you can follow along on the Elgin Police Department Cold Case Podcast, Somebody Knows Something, available anywhere you listen to podcasts. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Curdan.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With a Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
As a fan, you know all the important sports cliches. And when you save money by bundling your home and auto with Progressive, you can get out there and give it 110%, even though that's mathematically impossible. And remember, failure is not an option. Well, it's always an option, just not a good one. But you're not worried because you've got ice in your veins. You're on fire. How can both of those things be true at the same time? Well, that's between you and your doctor. So get out there and leave it all on the field. Leave what? Who cares? Just leave it and save with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates, other insurers, not available in all states or situations.
At School of Rock, we've got something for everyone. We're located at 353 South Randall Road in Elgin, Illinois. For teens 12 to 18, our performance program prepares students for live shows at real rock venues. For ages 8 to 12, Rock 101 helps young musicians start their journey with private lessons and group rehearsals. Our rookies aged 6 to 7 explore instruments through fun games, while Little Wing, ages 4 to 5, introduces preschoolers to the basics of rock and roll music. And for adults 18 plus, we've got an exciting adult performance program for all skill levels, from beginners to experienced musicians. Visit the website at elgin.schoolofrock.com to sign up for a free trial. We start pre-enrollments in January, targeting a mid-February open. Unleash your inner rock star. Join us at School of Rock and let's make some noise.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, mostly sunny with a high near 52. Temperatures falling to around 49. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 27. Temperatures rising to around 29 overnight. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 53. Currently, it is 50 with mainly clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Welcome back, everybody. It is Talk Time with Tammy and Friends right here on Fox Valley Afternoons. Thanks for tuning in with us today. What an exciting day going on out there in Elgin. Well, we're going to get another update from Sonar and Dean pretty soon, but until then, Nancy and I, well, at some point Nancy's hopping back on here. We will continue to just bring you what we've got. I got a new story about the Mega Millions lottery game that's going to change. There's a new version coming out in April. The ticket prices are going to increase, so it's going to cost you more for that dream, that piece of the dream. Attention, Mega Millions lottery players. The game that you know and love is about to change. According to a press release, a new version of that Mega Millions lottery game will debut next month. Lottery officials say the new version will offer bigger prizes at every non-jackpot prize tier, better odds, larger starting jackpots, and a faster growing jackpots. It'll also cost more to play, according to the release, with a Mega Millions ticket costing $5, up from the current $2. That's quite the increase, by the way. I mean, a $2 ticket versus a $5 ticket, that's a big jump.
Yeah.
According to lottery officials, the game has only undergone one other price adjustment in the last 20 years. Yeah, I don't want to hear about it. Let's see. Beyond big jackpots, players told us they want bigger non-jackpot prizes, and that's exactly what this new game delivers, says Joshua Johnston, the lead director of the Mega Millions Consortium, said in the release. Players who had won $2 in the old game will now take home $10, $15, $20, $25, or $50 under this new game. He also went on to say that those who had won $500 in the old rules would now take home either $1,000, $2,000, $2,500, or $5,000. So it sounds like the entry fee is bigger and the prize is bigger. Non-jackpot prizes at every level are going up by 2 to 10 times, he says. But starting April 8th, the game also comes with a new prize matrix, which can be found below. They've got a chart of this prize matrix. Now, I used to do the multiplier add-on. Have you ever bought a lottery ticket, Nance? Do you know? You never bought a lottery ticket? Oh,
no.
It is my go-to gift in birthday cards, a lottery ticket.
Yeah, people have done that for sure.
Yeah, but then you do the multiplier. Now, my sister-in-law taught me this. I did not know about this, but when you buy it, you pay an extra $1 and you get a multiplier, and it's an add-on feature, and it doubles what your prize is going to be, or it multiplies whatever your prize was. It multiplies by that amount of the multiplier. So if you win, you win even bigger, I guess, is what the point of that is. They're going away with it. The add-on feature is also going away, according to this release. Instead, tickets will come with a built-in multiplier. The just for the jackpot feature that was available in some jurisdictions will also be retired under the new rules, the release says. So the improved overall odds of winning are 1 in 23 to 1 to 24. Okay, so that's just changed a little bit. Improved odds to win the jackpot Well, there's big numbers in here, but they've improved the odds to win the jackpot. Numbers over the
Are there
radio
big
don't
numbers,
really.
Tammy?
Yeah, they don't translate very
Big
well,
numbers.
I don't know.
Okay.
The new game will feature 24 mega balls instead of 25 in the current game. Oh, that's different. Now you got less balls in there to figure out.
What does that mean?
That means
your
instead
odds
of
are better
yeah, right.
by
yeah.
2 balls.
No, 25 instead of 20. They've got 20, right? Instead of 24, they've got, or did I say that backwards? The new game will feature 24. Yeah, they're going less balls instead of the 25 current. And then they're having a larger starting jackpots. Following a jackpot win, the starting jackpot will reset to 50 million instead of the current 20 million. So everything's going up. Your entry fee's going up. The prize is going up. The odds are going up. Everything's going up, it sounds like. It sounds like the odds are getting better, though. Faster growing jackpots and bigger jackpots more frequently. That means your odds are better. Jackpots are expected to grow faster and to get higher dollar amounts more frequently in the new game. Mega Million Consortium estimates that the average jackpot win in the new game will be more than 800 million versus approximately 450 million in the current game. Oh, gee. Listen, I'd be okay with the 450. I'm okay with that, My mother-in-law once said, this is back when it first started in the 80s, and they were giving away $1 million. And in the 80s, $1 million was a big deal,
Yeah.
Remember when we were growing up and somebody, $1 million house was a big deal,
Huge deal.
Not
only the stars lived in $1 million.
$1 million houses, and we're millionaires. It was the big, big deal, right? So
Yeah, not anymore.
yeah, not anymore, right? So the $1 million that used to be like the big deal isn't quite as big of a deal as it used to be.
No.
But she used to, my mother-in-law, back when this first came out and $1 million came out, she's like, why does one person win $1 million when all these people are entering? She said she always thought it would be way better to give 10 people $100,000. They could do more. You could help more people with 100,000 each person than one guy getting the $1 million. I agree with her on that one, though.
Well, definitely.
Yeah, but it'd be kind of nice to get the $1 million anyway, just for giggles, right?
Yeah. I wonder. It's amazing how much the lotto makes, and I know. On one hand, it's like, gee, what could we do with that money that people have and spend on that?
Well, now in Illinois, it was in Illinois, the money from the lottery. No, or was that the toll road? No, the money from the lottery is supposed to go to education. That's how it started. That's what they said they were going to do with it. I don't think that's really what's happening anymore, but that's how it started.
Yeah, you're right. That they have all these pie in the sky, plans for Lotto's going to help this, Lotto's going to help that, and it seems like the things they say they're going to help, but they don't change.
No, I think right. I think they need to give a reason when they first start it. They got to give you a reason why they can do it, like to justify the actual event, having it there, and then to get people to partake and buy the tickets. So, well, all this money is going to go to education. Well, nah, I don't think so. I don't think that's happening. The other thing was, I know in Illinois they said the tolls were put in toll roads, because we got a ton of toll roads in the Chicago.
Yes, you do.
Oh, we do.
Okay.
All right. We're going to interrupt our regularly scheduled program to talk with Mr. Sonar. Hey, Sonar, how's it going?
Hey, sorry to interrupt your program again with some more breaking news.
Yeah, but bring it to us. What's happening?
So they pulled the vehicle onto the flatbed. We didn't want to connect back over to you guys just in case anything was
visual
in there that we probably shouldn't be showing. We will have some footage of that on YouTube and Facebook here shortly today or tomorrow. But the vehicle was pulled out. It was pulled out upside down. It was pretty much half rust and half still that yellow paint. And of course, the tires were different shapes, and the hood actually was open when they lifted it because they had to lift it upside down. That was what they were having some issues with taking it up the rest of the way, was because they couldn't get all four anchors to kind of seat properly. So they finally did, and they've loaded it into a flatbed. They immediately covered it up with a giant tarp to make sure that any evidence and anything else is still preserved there. And I would imagine they're taking it over to have it inspected.
All right. Okay. That sounds like progress is being made out there. So has it left the river? Then they've driven away already, or they're still packing her up?
No, they're still packing everything up. What they're doing is they're making sure that the tarp that they put over it is secure all the way around. They don't want to lose any pieces or anything that might come loose in transportation. So they're making sure that it's not just covered maybe to protect it from the elements. They're making sure that it's also secured all the way around to where it's a lot tighter on the front and back to make sure that nothing slides off. I do believe there will be a follow car to make sure that if anything does happen to the vehicle, that they'll be able to quickly recover anything that might fall off.
Do you know where they're taking it then?
I'm not entirely sure. I think what they're doing, I think they're taking it to not necessarily the tow company's facility, but they are taking it to I believe, a indoor facility. So that way they don't have to worry about the rest of the elements. I'm not entirely sure how long the investigation is going to end up being on the vehicle itself, but we should know here, if not tonight, within the next couple of days, if Karen was in the vehicle at the time. The windows were up.
That's what I wanted to know. Okay.
Yeah, the windows were up as far as the passenger side that we saw as well. So it may have been up the entire time. So it is one of those things that if the windows are up, you cannot open the car doors until after the vehicle has fully submerged. Because of the air pressure, there's air inside of your car, but there's not in the rest of the underwater.
Right.
You can't open those doors anyway. That's why they recommend to have a window breaker.
And so that's what I was reading an article about that, Sonar, and it said to punch out the back windshield if you're ever in a situation like that where your car's going under and you can't open the door. They said kick out the back windshield because it's made to break.
Exactly, and it's shatterproof as well, so you don't have to worry about shards or anything else.
Yeah.
The other reason is it's one of the largest openings too, so that you won't have to worry about if your car has been crumpled or anything else. That back window usually has it open. But it's if you can't do that, it's best to open your windows if it's going down, because you want the car to fill completely up before you start pushing on those doors. So then having open windows allows you to kind of swim out of them if you can't open the door.
Yeah, take that seatbelt off. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, let's see. 83. Were there passive restraints in 83, or was it? I don't even remember what the seatbelt law was.
I think so.
Oh, that was an 80.
We had car
1980.
seats when we brought our kids home, right?
Yeah, but remember the passive restraint systems they used to have that automatically would buckle you in when you shut the door because a lot of people weren't using their seatbelts back then?
Yeah, I remember that.
I'm not sure what cars had it, what cars didn't, that kind of thing.
Well, that's why a lot of times that seatbelt cutter also comes with a glass breaker.
Right.
And you should carry one of those with you in your vehicle as well.
Really?
Whether it's the glove box or anything.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, one end of it is the seatbelt cutter, and the other end is like this pointed metal thing that you can jam into the window to crack it and get it out. But I don't. Does it have to be the back window, Sonar? The very back?
No,
You can
the
use
back
that
window is only recommended if you don't have a breaker, because you can kick it out. You can actually kick that window out if you
You
need
can
to.
kick the window out?
They're made.
I can't imagine. I can't
They're
imagine.
made to do that. They're
I'm
made
so
to come out
weak.
like that. I know.
I didn't know that at all.
Yeah, I know you've got to kick pretty hard, but yeah, they're designed to be able to do that. Some front windows are the same way for that, but the back window is usually the one that's recommended. But if you have a glass breaker, you can cut the seat belt and then you can lean over to the passenger or driver window and then smash that out. And so they did recover the vehicle, and they will be taking it over for some more investigation. So hopefully we've got another press release or a press conference here in the next couple of days.
Yeah, let's hope so. Let's see what I'm sure we will, because there's going to be a lot of questions. Is there a lot of press out there right now?
There was a lot of press out there when we left. We just left the scene now.
Okay.
People were starting to wrap up because a lot of it is already covered now. I think it took them, my goodness, less than 2 minutes to get it from the bank into the flatbed. So it was a pretty quick transition, but as the coverage has been going on for the last, I would say, 3 hours or so, we made sure that we were there every step of the way just in case.
Well, we appreciate it, and thanks for filling us in here. And let us know if there's anything else on it then, or any breaking news. Otherwise, I think we'll maybe just go to a break and come back after that. What do you think?
Absolutely. Thanks for letting us hijack your show today. But
Happy to
I think it was an important historical moment here for the Fox River Valley.
It's a big deal. So we're glad. I'm super happy that they found the vehicle in the water, and let's see what comes next. We'll keep our eye on it. Thanks so much, Senator.
I'm just imagining what the next cold case is going to end up being.
I know. This is exciting.
Find another one now.
What's next? Maybe I do like murder mysteries after all. Or what do they call this?
Ladies.
Yeah, thanks, Hunter. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Not murder mystery. What do they call this stuff?
Crime, true crime.
True crime. That's it. Yeah. Well, I'm not sure there's a lot of crime going on here, but we'll find out. Anyway, let's take a quick break. We'll come back and maybe, I don't know, play a little game for the remainder of the time, unless we get any more breaking news. We'll be back after these messages. Don't go anywhere.
Hi, everybody. This is Steve Thorne, running for re-election to the Elgin City Council. So many of you already know me, and you know that my many years of volunteer work and ongoing service are all about helping the residents of our great city, especially our seniors and military veterans. We certainly have had our challenges, past and present, but Elgin owns my heart, and it always has. We are a strong city, a safe city, a city of neighborhoods, a city where people feel the touch of community connection. And that's part of our greatest strength. We look out for one another here in Elgin. And as your city councilman, I pledge to look out for you. I've been endorsed by both the Elgin Police and Firefighters Unions. I'm respectfully asking for your vote to continue serving you on the Elgin City Council. Paid for by Friends of Steve Thorne.
Businesses come in all shapes and sizes. Integrity doesn't. For more than a century, the Better Business Bureau has set the standards for how businesses should operate honestly and ethically. So when you're looking for a business you can trust, check to see who's BBB accredited and who isn't. Always choose the Better Business. Look for the BBB seal because it's looking out for you. That's why it's the sign of a better business. And find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
Attention all sports fans. Get the latest issue of the Chicago Sports Journal featuring player profiles, team schedules, ballpark photos, and more. Visit CHISportsjournal.com. Chicago sports fans are raving about the latest issue of the Chicago Sports Journal featuring owner profiles, book reviews, cafe, bar, and restaurant reviews, specials, and more. Pick up your copy of the Chicago Sports Journal at Metro train stations, retail locations throughout Chicagoland, or visit CHISportsjournal.com today.
I am a non-attorney spokesperson representing a team of lawyers who help people that have been injured or wronged. If you've been involved in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or injured at work, you have rights, and you may be entitled to money for your suffering. Don't accept an offer you get from an insurance company until you talk to a lawyer. And we represent some of the best personal injury lawyers you can find. Tough lawyers that will fight to win your case. And they're so good they stake their reputation on it by only getting paid if you win. So if you've been in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or hurt on the job, find out today for free what kind of compensation you may be entitled to. Call the legal helpline right now.
800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. That's 800-257-3148.
Tammy and Friends, got a groovy little beat to it. I'm kind of just rocking.
Yeah,
it's like a yacht rocky vibe to it. So there it is. There it is. Song. Well, we've had an exciting day. A little excitement. Going on here today. Is my mic coming over?
Yeah,
it is. I just got a message that it was knocked out, so I might have hit a cord. Okay, so we'll keep you updated as we go through, and certainly Sonar Show, they'll be able to fill you in on anything else that they've got going on there. Until then, we got a few minutes left. Nancy French, we can do. Well, I was going to play a new game today, but definitely not a day for the new game. We did do Tamale Feud with Rebecca the other day, so I think we'll try that with you on Thursday, young lady.
Okay, all right.
All right, we'll just do our yes and no. I have a few unused cards waiting for you.
Okay.
And this one we just discussed. Mm-hmm. Hey, Nancy, does sound travel faster in the air than in water? I know.
Travel faster?
Does sound travel faster in the air than it does in water?
I would think so, because it's less resistance.
There's our music. So is your answer a yes or a no?
Yes, it's yes.
Wah, wah,
I don't have that one yet. Hang on a sec.
I did a pretty good job with it.
You did do a good job, actually.
No, it travels more than 4 times faster in water.
Underwater?
Isn't that weird? Because when you there it is.
Thanks, Matt.
That should be your ringtone.
So
that's going to be your ringtone on my phone.
Oh, that's mean. Take the worst of my.
That was funny. Okay, all right. So let's see. You. That was supposed to be a no, but whatever.
Well, there we go.
Okay, let's see. Here's one. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure.
Do tigers, lions, and house cats have the same number of teeth? Tigers, lions, and kitty cats. Do they all have the same number of teeth?
Sure.
They do. Ding, ding, ding. They all have 30 teeth. All of them. Each and every one of them.
We have 32. Is that right?
I think so, but I'm not a dentist, and I haven't counted them.
I'm not a dentist.
No. I've seen one on TV.
Yeah.
Hey, Nancy.
Yes.
Does silk come from a plant?
Silk?
Silk. Does it come from a plant? Correct. It's obtained from the cocoons of silkworms.
It's a worm.
I know. I think we all knew that. Let's see. How about this? Oh, wait, that was you. You got 2 right on that already. Hey, Nancy, is Monte Carlo the capital of Monaco? I'll ask you again. Monte Carlo, the capital of Monaco.
No.
Correct. Ding, ding, ding. Good guess. Monaco's capital is Monaco. Monte Carlo is the small country's most populated district. So there you have that.
Oh, district.
Yeah, Monte Carlo's little, teeny weeny little country. All right, Nancy.
Yes.
Uh-oh, one more. Can a soccer player score directly from a throw-in? You never played soccer. Brad played soccer. Can a soccer player? Yep. Can a soccer player score directly from a throw-in?
I don't think so.
That's right. They can't. Nope.
Yeah,
it would be invalidated. So you got that one. Uh-oh.
We missed one.
Hey, Nancy, we're going to finish on this one. Are a giraffe's front legs longer than its back legs? Are a giraffe's front legs longer than its back legs?
Yes.
They are. Yes. Ding, ding, ding. You got it.
I'm a baby giraffe.
All right. You are. That's why I gave you that one. All right. Well, listen, thanks, everybody, for tuning in today. Stay tuned. We're going to have Sonar up next. I'm sure he'll have some updates for you on what just happened out there and maybe some photos. We'll see what comes up. But our hearts and thoughts are with that family today.
Yeah,
so we're pulling for you.
Okay.
Take care. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
AM 1410. We like to keep you informed
All
and
clear.
in tune to what's happening here in the Fox River Valley and what's going on here on WRMN. We recognize the importance of local radio to be a part of the conversation and to be a part of the community for the community.
You know, we talked about the importance of community theater, but supporting community radio is a big deal too. And, you know, for WRMN, this is a really cool thing that you guys do every day and a really important thing. You have to have a local media outlet to talk about what's going on in your town. So you guys do a nice job.
Tune in to AM 1410, WRMN. Don't forget, you can also subscribe to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/WRMN Radio. Keep in tune and informed on what's happening here in the Fox River Valley, right here on WRMN.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 4 o'clock.
This is WRMN News.
Hello, I'm Dennis Green. The White House is on defense in light of reporting from The Atlantic, which claims that their editor-in-chief was inadvertently added to a group chat with top administration officials to discuss strikes on the Houthis in Yemen. News Nation's Robert Sherman reports.
I'll read a part of the article for you. This is from Jeffrey Goldberg. It says, quote, "The world found out shortly before 2 p.m. Eastern time on March 15th that the United States was bombing Houthi targets across Yemen. I, however, knew 2 hours before the first bombs exploded that the attack might be coming. The reason I knew this is that Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, had texted me the war plan at 11:44 a.m. The plan included precise information about weapons packages, targeting, and timing."
The National Security Council says the message thread appears to be authentic. The Trump administration is facing court battles over efforts to deport millions of illegal immigrants. News Nation's Tom Dempsey reports.
This court battle really intensifying, but this morning that temporary restraining order barring deportations of alleged gang members under the Alien Enemies Act remains in place after a long hearing in front of a 3-judge panel here in D.C. That hearing lasting 2 hours in front of an appeals court, with the Department of Justice again calling for that order to be lifted. But the ACLU claimed many of the people sent to El Salvador earlier this month were actually not gang members.
The panel's only Democratic appointee pushed back on the government's use of the Alien Enemies Act, saying the Trump administration skipped due process. For WRMN News, I'm Dennis Green. Be sure to listen to the WRMN Morning Show starting every morning at 6 a.m.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
From the pages of the Elgin newspapers of 100 years ago today, these are the headlines brought to you by the Elgin History Museum.
This is Linda Rock sharing stories that were in Elgin newspapers on March 25th, 1925. With unusually liberal contributions from 19 departments at the Elgin National Watch Factory amounting to $3,723.40, all of which, with the exception of $500, was turned over to the Red Cross. Elgin's donation to the tornado sufferers of stricken southern Illinois today totaled $8,415.76. Every room did its share, and many of the rooms were 100%. All were proud of what was done, and all Elgin was proud too. Young and middle-aged men and women numbering 130 assembled in the dining room of the First Methodist Church last evening to enjoy the first banquet given by the Elgin Women's Club for the husbands and escorts of members. There were no old people present because in this age no one ever grows old. It was a delightful gathering of friends interested in a common cause, the Woman's Club and its aims. With the view of increasing the number of Elgin Boy Scout troops to 20, the Troop Extension Committee of City Council will hold a meeting tomorrow. At present, Elgin has 14 active troops under competent leaders. It is the hope of the Scout Executive Carl Parlaska and the Elgin Council to have at least 500 registered Scouts before another year.
Elgin 100 Years Ago is a presentation of the Elgin History Museum. Be sure to visit the museum located at 360 Park Street in Elgin, open Wednesday through Saturdays 11 to 4. You can also listen to Elgin 100 Years Ago at www.elginhistory.org.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, mostly sunny with a high near 52. Temperatures falling to around 49. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 27. Temperatures rising to around 29 overnight. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 53. Currently, it is 50 with mainly clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Kids today live in a world full of social pressure, bullying, and substance abuse. LEAD has a solution. LEAD connects law enforcement agencies with schools to deliver tested, proven, and effective anti-drugs and violence training to kids. Learn more about LEAD, Law Enforcement Against Drugs and Violence, and our work to create safer, healthier communities at leadrugs.org or on social media at We Are LEAD. Sponsored by LEAD, Inc.
Your kids could get free or low-cost health coverage from Medicaid or CHIP. Even if you've applied before, they may be eligible now. Kids up to age 19 are covered for checkups, vaccines, dentist visits, hospital care, and more. And if they already have Medicaid or CHIP, remember to renew every year. Visit insurekidsnow.gov or call 877-KIDS-NOW. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
And welcome to a political talk show on WRMN 1410 AM. I am David Tees. I'm filling in for Dennis Sonar Green today. He's been out on assignment with the City of Elgin, removal of the car from the river today. Been a long day for everybody with that. I want to thank you for joining us today on WRMN 1410 AM. And today, we're going to start out really quickly. We have a lady on Zoom here. She's zooming in on us. She's going to be talking to us today about the Kane County referendum of a 0.075 sales tax. Jeannie Marr, is that how you say your name right, Jeannie?
Janine.
Janine, yeah. Janine is an accountant
No, a certified financial planner, wealth advisor.
Yes. Okay. And she's here today to give us some numbers, some facts about this sales tax and how it's going to affect us. And then that way the voters can decide if it's a good thing for them or a bad thing for them. So you know a lot about this sales tax. You deal with numbers a lot, right?
That's what I do all day long.
Your math is not my thing. Anyhow, tell us your input and how you know if this is a good thing or a bad thing for us.
Well, we have a group of concerned citizens have been going to the board, the King County Board meetings, and looking into this for about the last 2 years. And we knew that it was going to be a problem because we looked at the past budget. Chris Lawson had been the King County Board, head of the board for about 10 years. It averaged $75 million a year for about 10 years, which very stable. And even at that point, population was growing, but he was able to keep it at about 75 million a year. So what happened in 2020, 2021, we got, during COVID, we had, for the first time ever, someone elected to the board that was a Democrat. And again, this shouldn't be political. It should be just about managing money. But it ended up taking a turn for immense spending increases. So the board had previously managing at 75 million. It jumped up to where in 2021, we were at 78 million. 2022, 85 million, 2023, 109 million, 24, 124 million, and then 138 million is where we're at now. So basically up from 78 million to 138 million in 4 years. That is about a 76% increase in 4 years. And they got a lot of money during that time, federal funds, about 200 million from the federal government from COVID. So we had seen that there was going to be a problem because the reserves were being used up. And we knew that what a normal, let's say a fiscally responsible board would do, they would go back, once the money dried up from the federal government, they would go back to spending what they had been spending pre-COVID, right? We understand that there's a cost of living increase on top of that. So if you put a cost of living increase on top of that, where we should really be now, because I took the inflation level each year and added it to where we were at 75 million. If we were just going along how we had been spending, we would be at 95 million right now. That's what we thought the budget should be. But no, 138 million. So they passed that budget, and actually we had some Democrats vote against it too, but they lost by 1 vote. And so they passed this budget of 138 million. So now what they have to do is raise the money because there's not enough coming in. What's coming in is 109 million. So they have to fill it with this tax, where we think they should go back and redo the budget, cut things that were added, because people were added, things were added when all this money came in, right? So we think it would be more prudent for them to go back. What any family business should do is live within your budget.
Exactly. Excuse me, exactly. You're right with that. Mm-hmm. In 2024, the King County Board tried to pass a 15% over 3 years, so 5 and 5 property tax increase and raise the gas taxes, and that got shot down. And then they gave themselves all raises. Each board member got a $5,000 a year raise. Just remember that in 2024. And then the other departments like the coroner, the state's attorney, everybody else got raises, correct?
Yep.
Yeah. And then all of a sudden, we're broke.
Correct. Oh, yeah. No, it's very irresponsible. And I wasn't sold correctly either and it's very confusing because we started going to the library board meeting. I mean, the library meetings in each of the towns have these education meetings. And in the beginning, we were told it was, it wasn't specific for safety. But by the last meeting, they were saying it will be in a separate account and it will only be for safety. Well, safety now of the budget of the 138 million, safety is 96 million of that. They want to add 50 million more on top of that. This, again, it's very irresponsible. What it seems like they're really doing, it's just like they're saying it's for safety. There's already spending 96 million. What they're really going to be doing is putting that 50 million in to pay part of that 96 million and then spending the rest on whatever they'd like to. And again, we are the highest, but it depends who you're talking to, which analyst, but they'll either say we're the highest or the third highest tax state in the union when you add up all the taxes. We know out here, property taxes, everything, we're overtaxed. So we are already at the limit of people can stand. And then when this is another thing, they say very condescendingly at the meeting, don't worry about it. It's only 75 cents on every 100 you spend, right? Mm-hmm. Well, for people spending a lot, and a lot of people do, I mean, that's going to add up. And on top of that, the number we really have to remember, it's 51 million is what they are trying to raise. 51 million through this. It's not just 75 cents on 100. It's $51 million. Those are our dollars, our tax dollars, right?
Yes. And this is not, folks, just to remind you out there, this is not going to be any type of prescription. The tax won't apply to prescriptions, nor will apply to food, groceries. But if you buy soda at the store, that applies. So look at your receipts. You're going to see you're paying taxes if you go buy clothes. I mean, it's ridiculous. I think what the tax rate is 8.2 or 8.5% statewide. With the sales tax and all that stuff. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the first time the county has ever done a tax increase such like this that the state ain't going to get any money from this, and the cities ain't going to get any money from this. So if this gets passed, they can at any given time on a board meeting say, hey, we need another 0.25% or another 0.50%. At any given time, they can just wave their magic money wand and a tax wand. Sorry, let's call it a tax wand. Wave their tax wand and say just increase it anytime they want with board approval. Am I right with that?
I don't know. You mean, are you talking about adding to this current?
Adding to it in the future, yeah.
Well, I think it would have to go to vote again if they increase, because right now they're voting for the 0.75.
Right.
75 cents. But I believe, and we could check that out, I think they'd have to go back to vote again on it if it's more than the 0.75 they're getting approved. But yes, 188-year history, we've never had a county sales tax. And we've been able to live within our budget all of those years and the increase that they're putting on it. Plus, again, our population's decreased, right?
Yes.
There's less people. So that's, one thing for sure. And they have got all this money that came in during COVID, spent that instead of saving it, like a good family or good company would do. When you get all this money coming in unexpected, you would save some for the rainy day. They didn't do that.
Yeah, we never know when a rainy day is going to come. I mean, everything could crash. We could be in a depression, but God forbid we don't. But like you said, planning ahead and saving is one of the things I don't think government does anymore. We just go out and spend. I mean, hey, let's go put some solar panels in a field, or let's buy stuff we don't need, Yeah,
and when I asked them at an education meeting, went up to them after, and I said, so what is the baseline on the public safety? How much are you spending now? Oh, deer in the headlights. None of them could answer. One of the gals said to me, she goes, well, I'm not really a numbers person. And I'm like, what are you doing on the board then? Because the budget is one of the key things they do. But she wasn't a numbers person. So we couldn't get an answer then. We had to actually, because no one really knew. So the people on the board had no idea when they were signing up for this new budget what it was going to be spent for, and how much was each different category. We really have actually, a group of citizens has actually discovered this, of what has the spending really has been. And I think if we had all these facts before, more from the board would not have voted for it.
Now, you go to the county board meetings regularly, correct?
Yes.
So you're there, you're listening, you're paying attention and all that stuff. So people, listen, go to your county board meetings and listen to what's going on. City council, school boards. I keep expressing this. If you're upset and you disagree with some of the things, then you should go and fight like you do, and my mother and my aunt. A lot of people do go out there and listen. It's an experience if you've never done it. And if you can't make it, you can watch it on Zoom. I mean, you can watch it from home. And watch what's going on, because sometimes they get a packed house in there lately, don't they? Because these meetings have been getting sold out, basically, if you want to say. They're being full all the time.
I know, it's been good. We actually got the overflow full last time.
Yeah.
And, which is exciting to see that people are waking up because of this, which is interesting. We have someone coming to speak that wants to do a Doge for King County in Illinois. He is coming to speak at the Three-Headed Eagle, which is a constitutional meeting that we have once a month. His name is Brian Costin, and he is all about, his goal is to create transparency and accountability in Illinois. He's going to be speaking at the Eagle Brook Country Club Tuesday, April 22nd at 5:30. Many of us care about this because everyone kind of kids, we can never have a Doge in Illinois. I believe we could if enough citizens get involved. So coming to this hearing, he's got a plan on how we can work grassroots and start getting this done in our communities.
All right. If anybody wants to call in and ask her a question, feel free to. You can do that at 847-931-1410, or you could text us at 505-926-1410, or you could chat on youtube.com at WRMN Radio, because the Dutchman Woodshack, it says, I'm on a fixed income, and we all are. Everybody is, and seniors. He's a senior, and they can't afford with what these taxes keep coming, because you're going to have this tax, and then another municipality tax, or city tax, or state tax. Everything is going to go up. So it's like I talked about this before. We've had, since the last 10 years, video poker machines, pot dispensaries. We've had legalized sports betting. I mean, all this new revenue and income and tax, they tax that stuff a lot. It's a lot of money. Correct me if I'm wrong. But people are asking, where's this money going? I mean, this is stuff we haven't had 10 years ago. And is the county getting their fair share of this? And the cities, I mean, I do know that with the pot dispensaries and the video pokers, they all get their fair share. Carpentersville, I think, pulls in their percentage was $750,000 on a video poker and about $1 million on the pot dispensaries, and they only have one pot dispensary. So it's a lot of tax money. It's something we should look into. But this is new income for taxes that have been coming in the last 10 years. Doesn't include lottery or the two riverboats that have regular slot machines and video poker machines in there. So it's a good question to ask, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think that's what he is going to, when he comes in and shows us how to actually look at these things more in our county and in our state, and organize together to and bring specialists in that can do a good job of making it transparent so that the citizens start understanding it.
All right. We have one caller calling in. Do you mind taking a phone call really quickly?
Sure.
Okay. Who do we have on? Hello?
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Hey, listen, here's the problem. Okay, so everybody hates Trump, right? So here's the thing. I like his idea, the transparency, what you said, ma'am. I agree with that 100%, but it seems like every time a politician or somebody gets involved in it, they figure out a way to back out of it and not do it. And the reason I'm saying this is it's gotten to the point now where everybody's taxing. The city wants to tax you. The county wants to tax you. And the state wants to tax you. By the time you're through, you're spending a lot of money for what?
Right.
And if somebody would come out and justify where those taxes come out are going to, maybe you could change minds. Maybe people see it, but nobody's ever come out and explained that. And I'm tired of hearing it from all these politicians. Well, instead of fixing the dang problem, let's tax you, and then we'll fix it later, and they never do.
Right.
So.
Oh, no, once the tax is in, it'll never go away, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's why we have to fight this and tell everyone we know, because this election is only 10 to 15% tend to vote in this consolidated election, because a lot of times they're confused, they don't know all the people, and they're just like, oh, it doesn't apply. This election applies to people more locally than the national election, in the sense that it's the school board, it's the library board, it's the library, what was I going to say? Oh, all like referendums. Everything here is local. So mayors, right? The mayors of the different towns most of them are up. So instead of 10 to 15%, if we could get 30% of people out voting, it's all in the numbers. And if we could get those people, tell our neighbors, if all you do, if you don't know the people, we'll help you, educate you on what their voting record is. But at least go vote against this new tax, because this can be, this can be voted down. I believe it can. There's a momentum there.
All right. The other thing you forgot about, though, is real quick, I'll say it. Every time a builder comes in and decides he wants to develop a community, we have to pay for the road fees. People don't understand that. So if you put a 100 house subdivision in, who's going to pay for all the road fees? We are. And so, I'm not anti-contractor or anti-builder, because I was one. But we've got so many houses on the market now, and there's so much vacant space, it's ridiculous. And yet you want to keep building more and more and more. And people understand every time something gets built, there's another set of taxes there. So, but I agree with you, and thanks again for voicing your opinion in the show. As always, thanks, guys.
All right, thank you for calling in. One of the things about it is this is you being a business planner, a financial planner, and all that stuff. This sales referendum tax of 0.75, is this going to hurt small businesses like fast food, mom and pop places, breakfast places, bakeries? Because people are going, okay, well, we're going to have to cut back a little bit because clothes is going to cost more, soda is going to cost more, and gas. This is also on the gas too, right?
And our gas, of course, we have so much tax already on that. Mm-hmm. That, yes, small businesses, definitely. Now, they say they'll just pass it along, okay? But still, it either hurts the consumer or it hurts the business person. Whatever, we want to help the consumer and the business person, because this tax is actually, it's from fiscal mismanagement. They need to do this. It's not because they really need the money for safety. So if they really needed the money for safety, if they were managing it like really good stewards and watching over our dollars and being very careful, and then we needed more police, okay, I think a lot of us would be saying, okay, I mean, I understand, but that's not what happened here. What happened here, and we can tell by the past numbers that it is mismanaged, and because of that, they are now asking and taking more money from the business owner and the consumer.
Mm-hmm, exactly. And do you think? Yeah. Well, we'd like to have more police on the streets. We don't have a problem with that. More money, more police. Yeah, we love that. But do you think that, in your opinion, is it that we're trying to make Kane County government bigger with more employees, and this is why we want the money?
Oh yes, of course. Yeah. I mean, that's what's going on. There were so many extra people hired with that COVID money. Okay, so let's run like a business, right? I mean, that's what it really should be. Just because someone was hired during that time, which was really a lot of them unnecessarily, it doesn't mean that now when you have to manage a budget, you have to look at where to cut, right?
Yes.
And that's just common sense, right? That's all we're asking is for common sense to be fiscally responsible with our tax dollars.
Yes, and like Brian Anderson has talked about on the show, when he talked about two mental health buildings he went to, one in Aurora, one in Elgin, and one has a sign on there closed due to COVID, and COVID's been gone for a couple years now, and there's nobody there. I mean, what's going on? I mean, this is stuff that we're finding out only in our own county. It's going on all over our nation. I mean,
right.
Nobody's taking any type of action or looking over somebody right now, and that's sad.
No, I'm very happy that at the top now that we're having an auditor that is now looking at all of the departments, and what they're finding is such waste and corruption. It should make everyone mad.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know how it couldn't when they're saying a third, a half could be waste and corruption. That means that the money they're taking from us in taxes, they shouldn't have.
Yep, that's I'm just flabbergasted because it's like, and they're turning around and it's kind of like there's been like, well, if we don't get this tax passed, we're going to raise your property taxes. I mean, it's like almost like a threat, we don't vote for this.
Right, and see, that's the whole thing that is really makes me very angry about, is they're the ones that created it. It's very evident. Really, it's the head of the board, Corinne Pirogue, that has done this. And because it's so obvious, before that, it was managed well for 10 years.
Yes.
It'd be different if we didn't have a track record to look at. We can look back. It's so simple to look at. For 10 years, it was 75 million. Now it's 138 million. That is so clear for even people that don't know numbers to look at and say, how could this be in this short period with declining population that they're spending 78% more?
Yes. Oh, well, we're going to get ready to go to a commercial break. I want to thank you for coming on to the show. I hope you gave people that are listening out there a good idea with what this tax is about. Go out and vote, mail in person, vote, get out and vote early, and make your opinion out of this. You got some more insight about it. But thank you for coming on to the show today. It's much appreciated.
Well, thank you so much for having me.
You have a good day. Bye.
You too. Bye.
Well, we're going to go to commercial break, and when we get back, we're going to talk about some other political stuff here. So I'm David Tees, filling in for Dennis Sonar Green at WRMN 1410 AM. So stay tuned, everybody.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan. Brought to you by Sky Rizzi. If you're interested in knowing more about the missing persons case of Karen Sheppers, of course, you can follow along on the Elgin Police Department Cold Case Podcast, Somebody Knows Something, available anywhere you listen to podcasts. Search efforts continue on the Fox River as Elgin police continue their investigation into the disappearance of Karen Sheppers, missing now for over 4 decades. The Cold Case Unit, collaborating with Chaos Divers, employing advanced technologies to locate some potential evidence. Their focus remains on a possible route along Duncan Avenue as the speculated path that Sheppers might have taken after leaving a Carpentersville bar. 2 Naperville residents, Emily Frasca and Max Bosco, facing charges after a crime spree that went through Lisle and Naperville. Officials state that Frasca attempted to rob a woman at a Naperville ATM armed with a knife. The victim managed to evade the attack. Meanwhile, shortly after, the duo reportedly struck again, robbing a convenience store in Lisle. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
As a fan, you know all the important sports cliches. And when you save money by bundling your home and auto with Progressive, you can get out there and give it 110%, even though that's mathematically impossible. And remember, failure is not an option. Well, it's always an option, just not a good one. But you're not worried because you've got ice in your veins. You're on fire. How can both of those things be true at the same time? Well, that's between you and your doctor. So get out there and leave it all on the field. Leave what? Who cares? Just leave it and save with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hi, my name is Cecilia Ivana Brooks. I'm running for Elgin City Council. because I have a passion for people and politics. I care deeply for this city, and the city of Elgin is my home, and I want to see all of our people thrive, prosper, and grow for generations to come. I want to lay the groundwork for this city, championing business development and economic prosperity, improving community relations, and empowering our youth, and maneuvering our mental health and substance abuse crisis, because the people of Elgin deserve to have a government that is run by the people, for the people. So join me, and please support by voting for me, Cecilia Ivana Brooks, on Tuesday, April 1st, for Elgin City Council. Thank you. God bless America, and may God bless the city of Elgin. Paid for by the Believers for Cecilia Brooks.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, mostly sunny with a high near 50. Temperatures falling to around 48. Windy with gusts up to 25 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 30. Gusty winds up to 25 miles per hour. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 52. Currently, it is 49 and mainly clear. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your boat, boat wins.
What are you going to do? Take the boat out for a spin or go mail something? Boat wins! Are we cleaning the patio or taking the boat out fishing? Boat wins! Are we skipping that eye exam to go sailing? Boat wins!
Rescheduling eye exams can be a nightmare.
All right, fine. Eye exam, then boat.
Yeah!
With Progressive, you can bundle your boat with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings on your boat. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states and situations.
Welcome back to a political talk show here on WRMN. I want to sit down and ask Mr. Tease some questions, man. That was a great interview that you've got, because it's different to hear about economics from somebody who deals with money quite often.
Yes.
It's to actually be able to see how they see the numbers and how everything moves from there. You could turn it from the board.
Yeah, and plus she's a financial advisor, and I did not know that there's an auditor going through some stuff. That was a new twist to me right there. It is a different perspective when you hear people talking about it and know the numbers, and it's good for the listeners to, with her input, maybe what she's talking about, to decide if this is going to be a right referendum or a wrong referendum. Do you agree?
Yeah, I mean, it's all about getting the information, right? This is where it's going to be. These are the hard facts. Let's let everybody else decide. Now, obviously, from just the way that you guys were talking, that you guys aren't necessarily for the referendum that's there. But it doesn't mean that you didn't deliver the facts of the referendum, right? It's just, you still turned around and said the $50 million isn't going to be in circulation anymore. Mm-hmm. The $50 million is really going to kind of supplement the budget because money has gone elsewhere.
Right.
And yes, this is for safety, but the money for the safety programs went somewhere else. Mm-hmm. So now they've got to kind of fill in that gap that they have. Now, do they have a surplus? There is at least a trust or some sort of reserve or something.
Yeah, they say
the
their reserves are running low, is what we've been told over the last year. The reserves are running low, and this is one of the reasons why they have to do this for safety and to build up the reserves. But you figure with the money that they have in an account and invested right into the right bank at the right interest rates, it should help the reserves build back up over time. It ain't going to happen overnight, but if this is for safety, if we're going to get more police officers on the street, then we should vote for it. And right now, Sheriff Haynes has said that the county jail is really like 300 people. It's packed over to their stuff. So we're getting more people in jail. You got to feed them. You got to take care of them. And the price goes up. If this is all about public safety, then this bill is something that should be passed.
Well, even that Safety Act is another side that we've talked with State's Attorney Mueller as well about it, or Mosser, sorry. But we spoke with her about it. She is now under a burden that they didn't get any supplements for anything. They didn't get anything from the federal government or anything from the state government when they enacted everything. They just said, you have to do these things now. It's like if the state government came in and said everybody has to have a kegerator, but we're not going to give you any money for it, but you have to have it. Now, I'm not saying the Safety Act is necessarily as great as a kegerator at the office, but it's still something that if it was mandatory, you're going to have to be the one that puts it together.
Right. And there's a lot of people. I mean, we've had somebody on the show say, hey, are they stealing the money? Well, they're not stealing the money on a county level because there's a treasurer who monitors everything. So it's not like everybody's putting their hand into the cookie jar. It's just maybe mismanagement spending. But it's like I brought up just a little bit ago with her. With all this new revenue that we've been getting over the last 10 years, how much of this are all the municipalities getting their fair share from county to villages to towns, and township, or is the state just grabbing all of this right now and just putting it into their big pot to take care of themselves? I mean, it's an interesting question because I don't know how that process goes. I don't know what everybody's cut is, but I do know, talking with John Skillman, the mayor of Carpentersville, he told me if Carpentersville's getting like $700,000 on pot dispensaries, that's a lot of money a year for one small village.
Exactly. Well, and that's why I'm glad that High Haven is over here in Elgin now, because now that is a specific tax revenue for Elgin, because I don't think there was anything in the city limits that was a dispensary for it. So now they're starting to get some more revenue for that. And even then, some of the candidates for city council, they talk about having revenue being more from having a more robust commerce and infrastructure here in the city. So with Kane County, is there anything that they could invest in county-wide that would be a revenue generator instead of just saying, let's just tax the people that we've got here more? Is there something that they could dress up, or maybe the fairgrounds have different things? I guess, is there something that's already working now that they can kind of make a little bit better or a little bit more robust?
Well, one of the things I think that, like at any municipality, including the county should start working with villages and cities and all that stuff with a lot of vacant stores. We got a lot of them popping up and down Randall Road from Aurora all the way to Algonquin. Businesses fail and all that stuff. But there's other businesses that we don't have, like Elgin. We have a great sports complex. So I think the Chamber of Commerce and the city manager and city council should get together and say, let's see if we could talk to Dick's Sporting Goods and put one in Elgin, because they have a sports complex that has a golf course, soccer fields, baseball fields. Yeah. I think still has a BMX track there. And the kids drive around on bikes on there. That people would go there. You create more businesses like that, commercial, bring in bigger restaurants, you'll generate more money on your taxes. And instead of taxes, that's now you're trying to bring in resources to do that. Like, for example, I would like to see a Texas Roadhouse here. Okay, places like that. Yeah. Harbor Freight moved into some of these vacant buildings. Now we got Ace Hardware leaving Lillian Street, so that's going to is for sale, a vacant building. They're going to get money on the taxes on the property, but now you're losing the sales tax. You see what I mean? So if you were losing businesses, I think that maybe this is like they all come together and start figuring out ways to make people work to get businesses in these areas, like from Aurora all the way to Algonquin, all the way down there. Randall Road is a big, huge shopping system into there. I mean, St. Charles doesn't have, they have a couple big stores, but their mall is gone. The West Dundee mall is gone. As a matter of fact, they're about ready to start tearing it down, which I think is going to start pretty soon. And of course, they're tearing the stuff apart.
When Kane County has so many large, robust communities in it, why not work together? It's been a lot of just kind of fighting for the people that are coming over. So it's like, oh, well, if you're going to come from the city, well, you should go down to this place. Or if you're going to come from the city, you should come over here. Instead of kind of sharing each other. Like, hey, why go down all the way into the city if you're in Elgin? Come down to Aurora or go to St. Charles for Ron Onesti's theater or any of the other stuff that's around. And so I guess if we can all kind of work together to kind of share, I think that's what they're trying to do with the hymns as well, is to make that more of a destination venue. And so we can kind of be the come to the Fox River Valley or come to Kane County for the weekend and see 3 different shows in 3 different venues or however.
Exactly, because I know the Riverboat in Elgin used to have concerts, big name, Night Ranger, and they drew big crowds into there. And where do you go and do entertainment after that? Dinner and wine and dining. That's why I think we talked about this, rebuild it in the city. We got the Hemmonses remodeled. Boy, I'd like to have a small town and a big city over by the library, or maybe buy up some of that property and restaurants and stores and all that stuff. So people could go to the Hemmons, buy tickets, and then go walk across the street to have dinner. But, you know, Hemmons is a great place to have concerts at, and it's large enough to do it, like the Arcada. And then people could go have dinner. You're creating revenue if you're bringing in businesses or coming up with ways to entertain. Because if we don't start getting more stores in here, our sales taxes are going to keep going up to compensate everything that we're losing.
Exactly.
And this is something that like with this referendum, that's where they're going to hurt us.
Well, and that's where the budget comes in as well with it too. Not only the county's budget, but also the people who live in the county's budget. If we don't have the money to go out and spend and everything else, and so, okay, well, I'm just going to have to stay home. Well, then what they're going to do is they're going to jack up your property taxes and say, okay, well, if you're just going to stay home and not go out to small businesses that then have to pay taxes and do everything else on it, if there's not enough, I guess, movement or flow in the county, then you're going to have that issue where they've got to find the revenue somewhere else as well, right?
Right. Yeah. I mean, 2 years ago, U46 raised our property taxes $500. I know that because my taxes went up. Last year, ECC hit us for $500. That is to help build their new trade school building, which they're going to have right there where they bought all that property, Colonial and the old Dieterle's. And now the county board tried hitting us for 15% over the next 3 years, but thank God both sides of the party got together and said no with that one. And they were going to have a gas tax on that too. I think like 5% gas tax. And now with this here, it seems like that they go to us for the money. And then we don't have anybody to go to make up the difference. So we have to cut back. And if we have to cut back, that tax generation ain't going to help you if we're not going to spend the money.
So, and then one of the other arguments I had about the $50 million or $52 million, I mean, what's $2 million between friends, right?
Yeah.
But the reason I had, the reason I had an issue with it too, is that's another $50 million that's not in circulation.
Right.
That's not back doing the same thing that you're doing. Go into the ice cream parlor, and then the ice cream shop owner is able to go to the laundromat and pay for his things, and then the laundromat person is able to then buy groceries at the it is an ecosystem, and it takes that flow of money to do it. So I think where we've had issues with the government before is the government likes to change the flow of money to either to them or to the top of some way, and then let it all flow down the rest of the way, instead of it being more of a cycle of economy to where the people on the bottom give it to the top back down, and back and forth. It goes in that ecosystem. There's too much control over it. And speaking of that control, do you think that the state and maybe the county level have relied a little too much on COVID relief, because they've gotten a lot of money to do things that were already on their wish list anyway? And now that the money from COVID is starting to kind of dry up, And then we also don't know how the Infrastructure Act is going to be implemented now that we have a new administration, because we may not even get some of those projects that were promised or put together. Do you think the county is trying, or even the state level, is trying to correct its budget falls and say, look, we had this money for COVID coming in and now we don't? Is there something that we need to make up for it? Is that why they're trying to tax more on this side?
Yeah, I think it was like they got a big bag of money dropped on them and went right to the mall and started shopping for stuff they really didn't need, and knowing that this is going to dry up eventually one day. It's going to be gone. So there was a little bit of bad planning onto that. I mean, this money, I think the COVID relief money was not to pay for them. It was to help pay for businesses and programs that were in hurt because they weren't getting the funding because they were shut down. I mean, I think they just went on a wild shopping spree and didn't pay attention that this is going to happen sooner or later. The money's going to run out.
Yeah.
And now what do? We're over budget and we got too many people working for us. We had to create more programs that are unnecessary.
We got a caller online. Yeah. Go ahead, caller.
Hey, gentlemen, it's John Priggy calling. Sorry about my phone. It shows up different numbers all the time calling good stations like yours.
Oh, that's okay. We know you by your voice.
Oh, even this. Yeah, the voice has been tired. I've been doing a lot of talking lately. But let me just say this. Everyone talks about what should happen downtown, the Hemmons and this and that. And I'm always coming out and saying, the people that are doing this, why are they starting the clock so late? Nothing in Elgin, especially downtown, is going to survive until two things happen. One, our demographics have to change, and two, the people who do not know the city very well have to feel safe.
No, I understand that as well. The other side of it too, I think in general for me, downtown is fantastic. It's where we're broadcasting live now from anyway. But I think the other side of what Kane County does is the rural and manufacturing side. There's enough land to be able to bring some of these larger manufacturers over to this side as well. So I bring downtown up mostly because I get to see it every single day. But you're absolutely right. I think Kane County wide, I think some of those manufacturing jobs would not only bring residential in multiple different states, especially if you put it somewhere in the middle there.
Compare what's happening to Huntley, what's happening in Schaumburg. All of these companies that need huge square footage buildings are not coming to Elgin for a variety of reasons. Again, it's the safety, and if you're looking to bring employees, their employees want to, the companies want the employees to come and live close. And when the school systems in Elgin are what they are, it's so easy to look at Schaumburg, Roselle, Carpentersville, for lack of a better term. There's like two or three different types of Carpentersville. But the bottom line is, until those demographics change, we get nothing.
John, I came from Elgin, or I'm sorry, Evanston for a while. I lived there for the better part of 9 years. And to me, Evanston was kind of designed and kept as a city that you had to kind of get into. There was kind of a little bit of gatekeeping, whether you were a business or whether you wanted to move in there. Is Elgin kind of like that as well, where it's welcoming in the sense of we want to be able to say everybody can be here and be safe here, but is it laid out in kind of a way that there's some hurdles to build a business or buy a home in this area?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is it because of the exclusivity of it? Like it was just, hey, we want to kind of be the diamond in the rough around here? Or is it just kind of not getting to the inclusivity fast enough. Like you said, it was trying to play catch up.
Right. And that's what it is. And there has to be every single day an effort to start changing Elgin's reputation. And that also includes picking out places where people feel safe to bring their business, no matter how big or small it is, and thinking for the future. Look what Huntley's getting. Now, their taxpayers are going to pay, a lot for the first 5 years. But we don't have that in Elgin, and we're not going to get it until we do what the city council did 25 years ago, and nobody talks about that. That's the Far West Plan out in Providence, west of Randall Road on 20. All of those homes, they're not built like the homes that are dominating Elgin now, especially the new ones on near McDonald Road. Those are skyscraper-type homes on 3/4 of an acre lot. That is why there's a division in the city. And we need to quit putting up homes that are 3 bedrooms on a slab, 1-car garage, jammed up next to somebody on both sides. That's why the city council 25 years ago said, "Hey, we're gonna bring the demographics up a little bit here." And until that happens, we're going to be mired in the demographic scenario we're in. And guess what? It's not working.
It seems like to me like the city of Elgin is trying to move downtown out of themselves and move out west out here. I mean, but one of the things you talked about feeling safe. I mean, I live on Aldine Street, and I've been watching and noticing over the last 3 years, when I've lived there for 30 years, I have no shootings. And over the last 5 years, it seems like shots are being fired too close around my neighborhood now. And it seems like it's stretching more out towards away from the city and coming into those areas out there a lot. I mean, one on Edison, we had one last year on Aldine Street next to Ace Hardware, which a lot of shots were fired, not once, but twice. And it seems like neighborhoods like that is where we're starting to get a lot of the crime and the violence. And I don't think a lot of it, if I'm wrong, but not a lot of it is downtown anymore. It's out there.
You guys are saying that it's the higher density housing that's doing it.
Well, yeah. Overcrowded. I call it overcrowded.
Yeah, overcrowded, yeah.
6 and 7 cars attributed to one house.
Yeah.
And the homes are 2-bedroom homes. Come on.
Yeah.
And there's ways to take care of that. Des Plaines has taken a step forward years ago about the overcrowding they have in their house. They're very successful with that plan. They laid out a plan. And that's where a lot of these problems, happen. When's the last time you heard about a shooting in Providence, in those areas I was talking about, where the average cost of a home is $500,000? When's the last time there's shots fired there? I don't remember any.
No.
Yeah. Well, I think that may go to a little bit of what I was talking about, of being a little bit of a gatekeeping type of community, where you turn around and you say, okay, well, these are the only types of houses that we have currently, because it seems like some of the other houses are pretty much just being remodeled. They're not really making any of the 500,000 or so houses. Where I live, they're sitting at about, I would say, 350, just under 400 or so. So are you saying that we need to spread out a little bit further with some lower density housing units where it's maybe on an acre or so out? Or are you saying that we need more high rises closer to the downtown area to put the higher density stuff closer to more higher density things?
I'm going to go with letter A, the first one.
Okay.
And just to to strike down the B, I can tell you this: the near west side of Elgin is has the densest population in the southwest area neighborhoods. That is the densest population in the city of Elgin for residential.
And are we looking for non-starter homes then? So we're looking at people possibly moving in, buying the $500,000 houses, empty nesters, or people that may be a bit more affluent with a better job? Is that the demographic that you're talking about?
And you have to add schools. So yes,
Okay.
Those new schools that are being built out on McDonald Road, all of those kids are going to go to St. Charles schools.
Yeah.
The Providence kids that are out there I was just talking about, they get to go to Burlington schools. Don't think for a minute that's not a big decision when a family's looking for someone to move into Elgin. Out in Providence, they don't. I bet you'd be surprised how many people that live out in that subdivision, that area, have no idea how to get downtown. Do not know where the police department is. Yep. They know where the library is.
Well, for a first-time home buyer, for myself, I was glad that housing was affordable for me here in Elgin. I appreciate some of the 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom, 1 garage. Mm-hmm. I'll just try not to put 7 cars in my driveway for you, though, John.
Yeah. Or Sunset Park, they're getting clobbered with it. But no, I appreciate your time. And you know what, Dennis, I'm going to say real quick.
Yep.
It was good to have somebody who understood about flotation devices talking about the car. No, I'm serious.
Appreciate that.
I'm serious. You use terms that only you, I think, would have used for that. So I appreciate that effort.
Absolutely.
Help explain things.
I got to head out of here now, but thanks a lot for being here, John.
All right, you two playboys, take it easy.
Take care, John.
Take it away, David.
Thank you. I guess we're going to go to a commercial break, everybody, so we will be back in about 5 minutes for our next guest.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough. But if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. The Alzheimer's Association provides care, support, and research to help you take control of the situation with your family and manage the disease together. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time-to-talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 5 o'clock.
This is WRMN News.
Hello, I'm Dennis Green. The White House is on defense in light of reporting from The Atlantic, which claims that their editor-in-chief was inadvertently added to a group chat with top administration officials to discuss strikes on the Houthis in Yemen. News Nation's Robert Sherman reports.
I'll read a part of the article for you. This is from Jeffrey Goldberg. It says, quote, "The world found out shortly before 2 p.m. Eastern time on March 15th that the United States was bombing Houthi targets across Yemen. I, however, knew 2 hours before the first bombs exploded that the attack might be coming. The reason I knew this is that Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, had texted me the war plan at 11:44 a.m. The plan included precise information about weapons packages, targeting, and timing."
The National Security Council says the message thread appears to be authentic. The Trump administration is facing court battles over efforts to deport millions of illegal immigrants. News Nation's Tom Dempsey reports.
This court battle really intensifying, but this morning that temporary restraining order barring deportations of alleged gang members under the Alien Enemies Act remains in place after a long hearing in front of a 3-judge panel here in D.C. That hearing lasting 2 hours in front of an appeals court, with the Department of Justice again calling for that order to be lifted. But the ACLU claimed many of the people sent to El Salvador earlier this month were actually not gang members.
The panel's only Democratic appointee pushed back on the government's use of the Alien Enemies Act, saying the Trump administration skipped due process. For WRMN News, I'm Dennis Green. Be sure to listen to the WRMN Morning Show, starting every morning at 6 a.m.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
From the pages of the Elgin newspapers of 100 years ago today, these are the headlines brought to you by the Elgin History Museum.
This is Linda Rock sharing stories that were in Elgin newspapers on March 25th, 1925. With unusually liberal contributions from 19 departments at the Elgin National Watch Factory, amounting to $3,723.40, all of which, with the exception of $500, was turned over to the Red Cross. Elgin's donation to the tornado sufferers of stricken southern Illinois today totaled $8,415.76. Every room did its share, and many of the rooms were 100%. All were proud of what was done, and all Elgin was proud too. Young and middle-aged men and women numbering 130 assembled in the dining room of the First Methodist Church last evening to enjoy the first banquet given by the Elgin Woman's Club for the husbands and escorts of members. There were no old people present because in this age no one ever grows old. It was a delightful gathering of friends interested in a common cause, the Woman's Club and its aims. With the view of increasing the number of Elgin Boy Scout troops to 20, the Troop Extension Committee of City Council will hold a meeting tomorrow. At present, Elgin has 14 active troops under competent leaders. It is the hope of the Scout Executive Carl Parlaska and the Elgin Council to have at least 500 registered Scouts before another year.
Elgin 100 Years Ago is a presentation of the Elgin History Museum. Be sure to visit the museum located at 360 Park Street in Elgin, open Wednesday through Saturdays 11 to 4. You can also listen to Elgin 100 Years Ago at www.elginhistory.org.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, mostly sunny with a high near 50. Temperatures falling to around 48. Windy with gusts up to 25 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 30. Gusty winds up to 25 miles per hour. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 52. Currently, it is 49 and mainly clear. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your boat, boat wins.
What are you going to do? Take the boat out for a spin or go mail something? Boat wins! Are we cleaning the patio or taking the boat out fishing? Boat wins! Are we skipping that eye exam to go sailing? Boat wins!
Rescheduling eye exams can be a nightmare.
All right, fine. Eye exam, then boat.
Yeah!
With Progressive, you can bundle your boat with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings on your boat. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states and situations.
Bender Dental Care, located at 217 North McLean Boulevard in Elgin. Bender Dental wants everyone to be informed, appreciated, and cared for at all times. To prove it, they now offer a new patient exam for just $29. That includes consult, x-ray, exam, and cleaning. Let Bender Dental help you have healthy teeth and gums for a lifetime. Located at 217 North McLean Boulevard in Elgin. Visit benderdentalcare.com.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf.
800-234-0316. 800-234-0316. That's 800-234-0316.
Hello, everybody. We are back to WRMN 1410 on A Political Talk Show. I know you're probably expecting Dennis Sonar Green. Nope, not so. You're expecting David Tees. Nope, not so. And even Matt. Matt was filling in for a while there. Matt McNeil, not so. This is Dean DeLaley filling in for just a little bit. We've had quite a day, really out in the weather. We had the finding, we'll call it, or hopeful finding of Karen and working with the city of Elgin, the police department. So there's been so much going on and so many different people switching around. in our seats today. That's why I just want to give you a quick recap of what's going on. So here we are. You got David Tees, who's actually running this portion of the show, because this is a political talk show. And David Tees has a phone call on hold. We'll get to that in a few moments. We also have a guest that's supposed to be coming in, but we may have car trouble with that guest, so they may not be coming in. So Dave Tees is going to be doing some freestyling over here, and he's good at that.
Yes,
but, what do you say? We take that phone call?
Yeah, let's take the phone call.
Let's put that phone call in for you. And we'll recap some of the day through our before and after breaks.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here we go. Go ahead, phone caller. You're on.
Hi. I just wanted to make a few comments on taxes. Everybody knows the government needs more money. So do I. And if I have to economize, the government has to economize. The nonsense about we need more tax money because of inflation. When we moved into Illinois from Missouri 60 years ago, the Illinois sales tax rate was 3%. St. Louis, Missouri, was 2%. It has gone way up. And in a meeting that I had, or a town hall meeting that we had with the Queen of St. Charles a while back, she used the inflation as the justification for increasing sales taxes even more. That's ridiculous. If there's inflation and the prices go up at a fixed tax rate, so does the tax money go up. The efficiency of our government has gone way, way, way down. And my feeling is that what industry used to do when I was involved in it, in order to improve the product quality, we reduced the product cost. Now, that had the effect that engineering and everybody would have to go look into what they were doing and do it smarter and better. Never was in the electronics industry acceptable to reduce the quality. And we found that by reducing the cost, we were able to improve the quality markedly. Television sets now are fairly reliable. I worked with automotive electronics. There was a transistor that we were using for ignition systems that in huge quantities we were paying $1.26 for. The failure rate on the first 200,000 units was 80 for that transistor. Later on, I personally made some changes in the transistor process and got the failure rate on the next 300,000 units to be 3. Quite an improvement over 80 out of 200,000. The next 1.5 million that we built had one failure. I gave up on that because somebody had beaten the metal can in with a ball peen hammer. That was not a manufacturing problem. Meanwhile, the price, which was $1.26, went to 64 cents. So if you want quality, don't let anybody tell you you're going to have to pay for it.
Mm-hmm.
Tell them
you moved from Missouri to here, you said 30 years ago?
60 years ago.
60 years ago, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and did you move here for employment? Because I got a lot of seniors that move here from other states that just like, oh my Lord, property taxes are so high here, and they were so low where we came from. Then why did you move here? And the number one answer is grandchildren. And yeah, that's one of the reasons that people move from other states to here to be with their grandchildren.
Mm-hmm. I was just starting college at the time, but my dad was transferred up here from his employer, and that's why we're here. My feeling is that what we ought to do is get some sort of constitutional requirement or whatever that says that the total tax rate that any American pays should never exceed 40% of their gross income. Now that sounds kind of on the high side, but if you think of living in Cook County and Chicago, where the sales tax rate is about 12.5%, that doesn't leave a whole lot left for other taxes.
Yes,
we need to take a careful look at all of the things on the property tax bill that we're spending money on, and make some arbitrary cuts with the requirement that the quality of the service does not go down but improves.
I agree with you on that one. That's a definite.
So anyway, I just wanted to get that out there and point out that it can be done if we don't let the politicians wreck it for us.
Yep, and that's why people got to get out and vote for the right guy. You know, I ran for Kane County Board, and I'm looking realistically is why would I want to raise my own taxes? And that's, I think, how politicians should, in any municipality, Democrat, Republican, Independent, you're there to do a job. Why would I want to raise my own taxes? I mean, that's just ridiculous. And that's what I ran on because I'm a blue-collar worker, and I know what it was like to struggle back in the days growing up with my family. And even when I was as a plumber and we were laid off, or 2008 came, the market crashed, a lot of us was out of unemployment, and our insurance ran out, our unemployment ran out, and we had to cut back, as like we talked about with this sales tax. Everybody had to cut back in my family to having dinners that were like what we couldn't go out to restaurants. We had to have chicken a la king on toast. They had another word for it, but we won't say it. We took hamburger meat and egg noodles and put those and hamburger, if you could afford it, and put that together with some bread. We had to cut back, and this is what, when you raise taxes, people have to cut back, and it's just going to be a vicious cycle, because if we cut back, then businesses struggle, and then less taxes come into the municipalities, and then they have to raise taxes again because it's not working. And it's just a vicious cycle that won't stop. And I agree with you. We got to get the right people. That's why this is a political talk show. You need to get out and vote and know your candidates and talk to them and learn what they're going to do for you in the future.
Right. But when you look at the propaganda that the candidates send out, they have smiling faces of them and their family, and some other politicians that are endorsing them. But what do they stand for? What are their plans?
Right. Do your homework, get out and vote. But we're thank you for your call. We're going to get moving on to some other topics. But thank you for listening. Thank you for your call, and you can call anytime you want and talk to us.
Thank you much.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Mm-hmm. Do we have any more callers? Are we
No,
good?
you have nothing at this point.
Oh, so if anybody wants to call
it's
in.
all yours.
Yeah, thank you. Just to touch this, like we just said, guys, get out and vote. This is why the elections is April 1st. You got early voting. You can do your mail-in ballots. This is, yes, an election time. Not the big one, but it's an important one because this is for your local community. St. Charles, Hampshire, Algonquin, Gilbert's, Aurora, all the Fox Valley area here. We got other municipalities around Elgin and in Illinois that are having these up and down the states. And if you're not happy, the way you can voice your opinion is by voting. And maybe get some younger, fresher faces in there. I mean, if you think it's time for a change, make that change. And if you like the people that are in there and you think they're doing a great job, keep those people there. And that's the best way to vote. Right, Dean?
I agree with that. But, I'm going to say something else. You said, and you're guilty here now, this is not the big one.
No.
I think they're all the big elections.
Yeah.
And, you're local, I guess we can call you now a local politician.
No.
But you're into politics locally, and I get that. But to me, these little elections, we'll call them smaller than the presidential, they're not any less important than the presidential election.
Right.
Sometimes these elections here are postured in such a way that different referendums and different things, because they know they're not going to get a big voting turnout, they stack it with their own people, of course, what agenda that they're pushing, and that's how different things get passed. I think that if you're an American citizen and exercise that right to vote, we brought a lot of different people here on the radio station. We offer a platform to anybody to say anything. In fact, we got a phone call coming in right now. But the key is you've got to get out and vote. And you've got to express your voice. One vote makes a difference.
And really quickly, just to touch it off, yes, this isn't a presidential race or for Congress or for Senate. But if you sit there and think about it, it's the mayor is like the president. The mayor is the president of your city.
Of where you're
and the city council is Congress and Senate.
Absolutely.
So like you say, you're right. It is a big election because you're voting for the president of your city, right?
You really are. So I think they're all important. But hold on, we're going to get this phone caller. Hello, caller. You're on WRMN.
Yes, sir. It's Cleveland Dennis.
Hey,
good afternoon.
What's up, Cleveland Dennis?
Hi. Good afternoon, gentlemen. I like the last caller. I have a similar situation. I came in the late 80s from Ohio, and I was surprised when I got here because I had 3 daughters in junior or middle school and high school, and had to pay for everything. In Ohio, we didn't pay for nothing for education. Minimal. Over here, it was a handout about every 3 weeks, I thought. Well, we paid it, and as time has gone on, I've had a few houses over the years, seen how these taxes have just skyrocketed as well, and it's just hard to see the justification. It really is that there is no justification coming back from the government as to what we're getting for the money, but yet they still want more money in taxes.
Yes, we are a very high tax state along with California, New York, while other states like Ohio, where you're from, less population. We got more people, more municipalities, and let's pretend everybody moves out of Illinois and moves to Ohio. Well, now all of a sudden they got all of these people, and they're going to have to start raising taxes to get more schools and all that. So, like I say, it's going to affect people if you move or you stay. It's a great thing that states like Tennessee and Kentucky and Ohio and Iowa, they have lower taxes because less population. But as long as you keep everybody in Illinois and paying those high taxes, those taxes won't go up over there.
Well, I don't know about more people or less people in Ohio compared to Illinois, because there's a lot of middle-sized cities over there. But the fact that you mentioned municipalities, we have more than any other state in the union. And I always scratch my head about that. I sent that across to the 360 line. I sent it the other day, and I just made my comment that you could have Brian Anderson and Mr. Tees get all over that once in a while. But love the shows, guys. I loved the show earlier today. I was watching for what was going on at the Fox and all that. But that's a story for another time, because I do have some comments. But that's really all I got.
Thanks, Dennis.
Thank you, Dennis. Thanks for calling in.
Yep. Well, what we're going to do, we're going to take a quick short break, and we'll come right back, and then back to David Tees on A Political Talk Show.
If you turned 65 recently like me, it's important you find a Medicare Advantage plan that gives you the coverage you're looking for. But finding one can be difficult. The best thing I did...
Well, today, like I said, thank you for letting me be a part of that. It's something I've never seen before.
Your Medicare Advantage plan options. There are so many benefits you have access to. So make the call now and let the representatives explain everything to you. Our licensed insurance agents can offer you a variety of Medicare Advantage plans. Plus, the call is free, the information is free, and there's no obligation to enroll. We're here to make it easy for you to select a Medicare Advantage plan that may work for your needs. Finding a Medicare Advantage plan can be easy if you do what I did. Make a quick call right now to learn more. Thank you.
800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. That's 800.
Oh, the girl. Yeah. Karen. Yeah.
And you're not help. You just said.
Yeah, we could talk about that because it was.
47931-1410. Ask us questions. We will get you answers every week, Saturday, noon to 1 on 1410 AM WRMN Elgin. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Chat with us on WRMN's YouTube live channel.
I always had to be so good, no one could ignore me. Carve my path with data and drive. But some people only see who I am on paper. The paper ceiling. The limitations from degree screens to stereotypes that are holding back over 70 million stars. Workers skilled through alternative routes, rather than a bachelor's degree. It's time for skills to speak for themselves. Find resources for breaking through barriers at tearthepaperceiling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to a political talk show, WRMN 1410 AM. I am David Tees, filling in for Dennis Sonar Green today with Dean DeLay on the board and with the mic with me today.
How you doing, everybody?
Anybody still wants to call in and talk, you can call us at 847-931-1410 or text us at 505-926-1410 or chat with us on the YouTube at YouTube.com at WRMN Radio. Back with this show here, we've been talking today about taxes, okay? And taxes in a local, state, and federal hits everybody hard all the time. And there's a lot of people, I get it, there's a lot of people that are on a fixed income, and there's a lot of people trying to make ends meet every day. There's a lot of people still out of work. And there are seniors that are on a fixed income, and everybody is out there struggling, and hopefully it will get better. The jobs will create, the economy will start booming where we can stop raising taxes, and I hope that does happen in the future, but it's a realistic world, and I don't see it ever happening because something's always going to come up. But the best thing I can tell people is keep your heads up high, do what you got to do, and keep things going. And remember, you're the voice. You're the voice of this country, your city, your municipality, your state. You're the person that makes the decision as to who should be running this country, your state, and your community. So that's why it's important to get out and vote. And there's a lot of places to go out and vote right now. You got the Elgin Township in Elgin. That's on McLean Boulevard. You got the Gale Borden Library, which is downtown Elgin. I believe on the 26th, I don't have the paper in front of me, I think the Vote-mobile, they call it, the Vote-mobile, is going to be at the Jewel in Osco. You can check those dates if you want to. You can also go to the Kane County Clerk's webpage and look up voting locations, and they will give you a list of hours, days, because there's voting on Saturdays. I think they got the hours on there, and there's voting on Sunday. but not all day long until 5 o'clock. So if you can't do it when you get off, you're working, you got a job, I get it. But remember, you can go out and vote on the weekends. Also, too, is if you got a mail-in ballot, take the 5 minutes to fill out that ballot. Take the 5 minutes, 10 minutes to fill out that ballot. If you need to do some research on the internet about these candidates, because all these candidates that are running, if it's Aurora or if it's St. Charles, Batavia, Algonquin, school boards, city council, townships, ECC, library boards, they all have web pages. They all have stuff you can look up. You can look up who's running on the clerk's web page and say, who's running for this in Aurora for mayor, okay? And then you got your two choices. Well, now you can go to their web page or their Facebook page. They all have this stuff. They want you to know about them, and then compare the two. You got if you're going to look at gas prices, gas price might be 5 cents cheaper here, but 5 cents higher at a gas station across the street from you. You're going to go to the 5 cents cheaper gas station. So because you're comparing, you're looking at your notes. So this is the best thing you can do is to know your candidates. If you've got to take a couple extra minutes, or if you need to write these things down before you go and vote, that's a great thing to do. Because this is our duty, this is our right, this is our privilege to go out and vote. This is what our forefathers gave us back in 1776, the right to vote, the freedom to vote, and to get out there and pick the people you want and get the government you want into there. And, guess what? Sometimes we're going to make a mistake. When we think we get the right guy, it turned out not to be the right man or woman, sorry. But this is why we got to do our homework. Just don't go in there and just start, okay, I don't know who this guy is. Start picking people on the ballot because they're number 1 or they're number 5. 1, 2, and 3, if you got to pick 3 or 4, do some homework. Do your research. And that's the best thing I can actually give advice for people to do. But you must get out and vote. If you're mad and you're upset about taxes and high taxes, get out and vote.
Okay, we're at the bottom of the hour right now. You're listening to WRMN, a political talk show. But I can't emphasize enough, these smaller elections, these are the one that your voice is going to be heard the most.
Yes, it is.
You want your voice to be heard the most, and you want to get the biggest bang out of your vote. Vote in your local election.
Yes.
Don't be the guy that says, oh, I should have. Oh, geez, I didn't want to. Get out there and vote. So I totally agree with you on what you're saying there, 100%, Dave. We'll be back in just a little bit with a political talk show. WRMN 1410.
With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Sky Rizzy. The history of Naperville is set to come to life with the Origins of Naperville walking tour set for April 3rd from 5:30 to 6:30 p.m. Participants will go 2 miles in about 60 minutes covering Naperville history. To secure your spot, you will need to register in advance. Contact the City of Naperville for further information. A stabbing in the 800 block of Suzanne Lane on March 18th has led to an arrest. The adult female victim, found with life-threatening injuries, rushed to a nearby hospital and unfortunately did not survive, leading to the arrest of Yonatan Villafuerte Antaveros, who now faces 2 counts of first-degree murder. King County State's Attorney Jamie Mosser has announced a dedicated election complaint line for the upcoming April 1st consolidated election. It'll run from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. on Election Day. The number is 630-208-5328 if you have any election complaints. With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
As a fan, you know all the important sports cliches. And when you save money by bundling your home and auto with Progressive, you can get out there and give it 110%, even though that's mathematically impossible. And remember, failure is not an option. Well, it's always an option, just not a good one. But you're not worried because you've got ice in your veins. You're on fire. How can both of those things be true at the same time? Well, that's between you and your doctor. So get out there and leave it all on the field. Leave what? Who cares? Just leave it and save with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates, other insurers, not available in all states or situations.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 30. Gusty winds up to 25 miles per hour. Looking ahead to Wednesday night, a chance of rain and snow showers after 1 a.m., mostly cloudy with a low around 33. Currently, it is 48 and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Spring has sprung, and so have the deals at Cold Spring Savings Event. I just got a comfy tee for just $7.99, a cute swimsuit for $19.99, 40% off patio furniture for my backyard, and so much more. So don't wait. These deals are too good to miss. Hurry over to Kohl's to save big on warm weather essentials during their Spring Savings Event today. Select styles. Offers end March 30th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to a political talk show on WRMN 1410 AM. I am David Tees, filling in for Dennis Sonar Green, and still having Dean DeLay on the board and sitting here next to me and talking with us.
How you doing, everybody?
So we're going to continue on with this show. Like I was just talking about with getting out and voting and how it's a good election. I think this is going to be an exciting election. There's going to be watch parties at some other locations. I don't have them yet. I heard at the Eagles Club and another place at South Elgin. So get out and vote. But I want to give you guys a breakdown, a list today of people running in Elgin. Okay, because there's too many municipalities to talk to, and this is where the station's at. This is where we live. But we want to promote everybody in the Fox Valley area, no matter Democrat, Republican, Independent. No matter what municipality out there, I mean, if you want to talk, we still have some time to come on in and talk on the show. We got times available. Just call WRMN and schedule a time. We can get your message out there. It doesn't matter who you are. We just want you to be able to tell the voters a little bit about yourself.
Let your voice be heard.
Yes. But today, right now, we're going to talk about city council. We have a total of 8 candidates running, but you can only pick 4. So that's why you got to do your homework. But like, for example, we got on the ballot Maggie Beyer. She's running for city council. We got Steve Thorne, who is currently on the city council. We have Cecilia Brooks, bright young lady, running for city council. Dustin Good, who is currently on the city council. So we got 2 people like Steve Thorne and Dustin Good, and Corey Dixon, who's also currently on the city council, running again. We got Eric Pena, Mark Smith, we call him the commander.
By the way, Eric was on the show this past Friday.
Yes, Eric was on the show past Friday. He was on Dino's Night Out. So if you want to watch that, you could go back on YouTube and get to that part on that time, and then Might have to fast forward it to get to that little spot.
It was the second hour.
Second hour.
In the second segment.
Yeah, so if you want to look it up. But
he had a lot of good things to say, so you may want to at least listen to it. He wasn't able to make the forum because of work constraints, but nonetheless, he did want to get on and, again, let people know who he was, and I'm glad that he did.
So those are all of our. Oh, wait a second. I've almost forgot one. Diana Alfaro. She's been on the radio too. All these candidates.
Another good candidate.
Yeah, all these candidates, except so far for Dustin Good, we got to get him in there. All have been on the radio, and they've been on. So you can want to know about them, listen to them talk, find the days that they were on, and YouTube it, watch it. You get a little bit know about your candidates, but they all have Facebook pages and they all have websites. That's another way to do it. So also the other good one. So the city, and in conjunction with the city, is Elgin Township. Now the city of Elgin and Elgin Township work together, and Dave Captain and Ken Brutally, who's running for Elgin Township Supervisor for another term. He's currently on there now. Those two work together because that's what they have to do. If there's any type of issues or things that need to be handled, they work together. And these two guys do a good job working together, I do think. Then we also have Vern Tepe, who's running for Elgin Township Supervisor. He was on a show a couple Fridays ago, 2 Fridays ago, during that windy day we had. So we also have, those two are running for Elgin Township Supervisor. We also have for clerk, Karen Donnelly, and this is, I never get her name right, but I'm going to try it again. Lois Swachino. I think, I'm sorry if Lois, if I'm saying your name wrong, I'm sorry. But she is on the ballot for clerk. Then we also have for the assessor for Elgin Township is Steven Surinsky, and he's the only one on that ballot for that spot. And then we have highway commissioner is Jason Krabby. He's also not being challenged, so he's the only one on that spot too. Then they got their trustees. Trustees, in case you don't know what a trustee is, kind of like what the city council people are. They are the ones that vote on issues and that are brought up to them by the supervisor and everybody. So we got Janet Roygola, Daniel Cabin, Mark Balak, Mike Kenyon of Kenyon Farms, Carl Stratman, Juan Silva, Janice Bennett, and Ed Hansen. Now, those are all your candidates running for Elgin Township trustee. And if I'm right, you can only pick 4. Same thing like with city council.
I believe that is.
Yeah, that is right. You can only pick 4 onto there. So you got to do your homework on these people. Once again, websites and Facebook. I won't stop expressing that if you want to know who your candidates are. Library board. We have the candidates on the library board. First one is going to be Randy Hopp. Randy Hopp. Then we got Hyden Khan. Sorry, I can't get his first name right, but Mr. Khan is running for library board. Joy Simmons, Amy Proch, and Alyssa Laura. So those are the people running for library board. And the library board is pretty important because they have a big task at one of the most greatest libraries, I think, in the state of Illinois. This library is getting awards. It's a great library. If you've never been in there, you can rent DVDs, read books. They got programs there to do, book reading for children's. They bring pets in there once in a while, and it's an amazing library. This library is being ran really good, and we should be proud to have something like this in the city of Elgin. Also, running for U46 board.
How many seats are available for the library?
Actually, we only have a total of 5 candidates, and I think there's only 3 seats under that. I'm not quite sure under that, but
any of those incumbents right now?
Joyce Simmons is, and Randy Hopp isn't. And this is the thing about it, in case anybody does not know this, Randy Hopp did pass away last month, but his name is still on the ballot. They can't take it off because it's too late. So he is still on the ballot, but it was sad that Elgin lost a guy who's ran and been on the library board before. So we did lose an Elginite, and he's been around here forever. It's It's sad when we always lose a family member here in Elgin. U46 board is Melissa Owens, Don Martin, and Veronica Nolan. Those three people are running for U46 board. And for ECC board is going to be Shane Novak, Melissa Guzman, and James George Allen. Those three are on the ballot for ECC. And ECC is a great community college that we have in Elgin, been around for a long time. They got the truck driving school, fire training academy there too. Many different classes, performing arts, everything into there. So those are your candidates. So please get out and vote. Do your homework. If you're mad, like I said, vote for the right person you need. And let's do our job out there, people. Let's make it a big turnout. We need to start seeing and getting involved into our community with this election. That being said, I actually had gone out and got involved in politics 5 years ago. And I'm gotten involved into it. I did run for Kane County Board, but you know what? I'm not like a guy that that never liked doing this before until I actually got into it. I followed politics, but I never thought I'd get into it. I'm going to tell you this right now. This trip that I've been doing and the adventures I've been on and the people I've been meeting is a great experience. Even if I didn't run, it's still a great experience of what I'm doing and helping out. One of the things I want to express out for, in case people don't know, that we are having a lack and a shortage of election judges and poll watchers. A lot of them, people don't know what they do. Poll watchers monitor what goes on, and the election judges are the people that...
They even get paid for that. Why would that be that people aren't filling those spots?
Well, I think the election judges get paid for that job, but poll watchers don't. It's on a volunteer basis. My mother and my Aunt Debbie are poll watchers, but they monitor what goes on and make sure if there's any questions that got to be asked or something going wrong, it's supposed to be brought up. There's some people that that have turned. I've seen people with the new voting machines that Dino that are out there. They get that paper come out of there and they're supposed to put it in the box. And I've seen people walk out the door with them in their hands and forget to put them in the box. I was outside handing out literature at a township building on the day of the last election, and a guy had that in his hand, and I go, you got to go put that in the box. He goes, they didn't tell me. And when you go into the door, go right up to the election judge and tell her what you did, because they might think you're just stuffing that into there. So, I mean, yeah, it's a little confusing.
That would have made for a long night for those people trying to count all those ballots if that one was absent.
My Uncle Gary did that, and the vote mobile at the Jewel. He went in and voted, and he took the ballot out and brought it home. So he had to get that straightened out there. It does happen. The new machines were confusing. I do like them. Did you try them out? I mean,
I don't vote out this way, but I've used the new machines. So it goes in and it comes out type thing.
Yeah.
It electronically already processes it.
Right.
So it's I guess in the computer, but at the end, what is computer digitally written on that receipt has to match the paper ballots.
Right.
And that could cause, like I'm saying, a total upset and a very long night for those election judges at that facility if that happened.
These machines are actually new for us here in this area, Kane County, because we used to have the ones where you had to spin the dial.
We had about a year ago, if you remember. We broadcast that.
But yeah, we used to have the dial and all that stuff, which was a long process. But I do like the new machines. People have their different opinions about them. But I mean, I think it's faster and better for us in the future to use these. But that's people's opinions about that. Everybody has their opinion. You have your rights to say what you want. It's a free world.
Get it on the ballot.
Yeah, get it on the ballot.
And then use these littler elections to have your voice heard. That's really where it's all at. I think that, again, we can't instill it enough. We invite each and every person that is running for office, or in some cases running from office. They don't want it no more. But they're all invited on to this station here, WRMN 1410, to give what you're all about. Tell everybody what you're made of. Tell people what platform you're running on, what you stand for. How are you going to better the city? How are you going to better the township if these people vote for you?
Right.
So I think it's important that you have that time. And not a lot of people afford that time or given that time. You're given, we're giving a lot of radio time, a lot of air time for them to come on out there and tell us about yourself. So please take advantage of it. All you have to do is call our station. You can call the main office, which is 847-741-7700, or just call the call-in line, 847-931-1410. You can call at any time and say, hey, I want to come on the show. You call any line we have. We're glad to have you here. But you know what? We got to take a fast break, and then we're going to go to the close of your show. Sound good to you?
Sounds good to me.
All right. Folks, we'll be back with a political talk show in just a few short moments.
Are you ready to take your brand to the next level? Image 360 South Elgin is your ultimate destination for custom signs and visual communication solutions. Looking to rebrand your office interior? Need striking vehicle wraps or decals for your fleet? Or perhaps you're in the market for a standout trade show display? At Image 360 South Elgin, they've got you covered. As your full-service custom sign and graphics partner, they deliver bold solutions and exceptional support. From outdoor signage to eye-catching store signs, indoor graphics to comprehensive branding solutions, they have the experience to elevate your brand's presence. Trust Image 360 to create a long-term partnership that gives your brand 360 degrees of exposure. Visit them at 506 Sundown Road in South Elgin. Image 360 South Elgin. Bold solutions, exceptional support.
Ever tried balancing a dozen eggs in one hand while hopping on one foot? Or maybe juggling cats while riding a unicycle? Sounds ridiculous, right? But guess what? That's exactly what texting while driving is like. Your human brain only has the capacity to focus on one thing at a time. So when you're behind the wheel, give driving your undivided attention.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Systems run everything. Government, economy, media, justice. They shape your choices, your opportunities, your future. But do they work for you or against you? On A Political Talk Show, we break them down. Not to destroy, but to understand. Because if you don't see how the system works, you won't see when it's being manipulated or who's benefiting from it. Power belongs to those who know the rules, challenge the loopholes, and demand accountability. That starts with knowledge. That starts here. Join us weekdays from 4 to 6 p.m. as we uncover what's really happening behind the headlines so you can decide for yourself what's fair, what's broken, and what needs to change. A Political Talk Show, breaking down the systems to build them up together. Right here, weekdays 4 to 6 on WRMN, the talk of the town.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to WRMN 1410 AM, a political talk show. And it's still David Tees with Dean DeLahey here talking to you guys. So, Dean, how about our day today?
You know what? It was, I guess, quite an exciting day for the people of Elgin. Quite a big day for the police department. As everybody well knows, you've asked me to do a quick little summary, so I'm going to. There's a podcast that Chief Anna Lally has developed through our station as well, but it's called Somebody Knows Something. And she's got the detectives in charge of the cold case, which is Detective Andrew Houghton and Detective Matt Vartanian. That's it, Vartanian. I got it right. Okay.
I wouldn't.
And what this has been is they've been involved in, the cold cases, and they're trying to see if they could get some of these cases solved. So today was pretty monumental because they have had 7 episodes air. In fact, they're at the top 5% nationwide.
Mm-hmm.
So it's quite a podcast, the way they've structured it, the way they've put it together, the level of information, the way they're walking themselves through the investigation is really something. You seldom get a snapshot inside what police departments are doing. And here, Elgin Police Department has done that. And these, cold case detectives have done an outstanding job. And this is for the Karen Sheepers is what this is. And she came missing in 1983. So that's 42 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And they've been having different episodes. Mark Bialik has been reading it from the morning show. And they run an episode and they discuss a little bit what they found out, what they didn't find out. They'd run another episode, excuse me, and show some more. So there's been quite a bit of communication, a lot of phone callers, even from our show. They'll call in and say, hey, what about this? Or did you think about that? Or, what was in her bank account? And I mean, stuff that maybe normally people wouldn't ask those questions. But the way they made everybody feel comfortable, I think, and welcome to give just even the smallest little piece of information could turn that cold case into a case that's going to be solved. And that's what their hope is. And that's the podcast called Somebody Knows Something. Elgin Police Department. You can go onto their website and you could see it there. It's on ours as well. But this is a case that's 42 years ago when it happened. Karen was out with her friends on April 16th, as a matter of fact, the day she went missing. But the night before, she was out with coworkers, and they were in a bar at Carpentersville, and that's all the last that people saw of her. So today, we were by the Slade Street boat launch. They had done some talking about they were going to look into the river. Now, where they got the tip, I don't have all the answers on that. But the police department says, well, you know what? Maybe it's time we dredge the creek and do a sonar test to see if there's anything that's present in the, I call it a creek, in the river. I apologize for that. But it's in the river. So that's what they did. They have a group, I guess it's called Chaos, who has this sonar unit that's on their cruiser that goes in the water. And what they did is they found something to be present. So then they sent divers down there, and sure enough, it turned out to be the vehicle. They were able to find out the license plate. I guess they got a photo of it through all that murky water. I don't know how you can get anything.
Yeah, good camera.
Yeah, right. But they were able to find out what it was and what the vehicle was. So, and that was on Monday night.
Mm-hmm.
So for safety's sake, it was, I guess, pretty late. The chief had a press conference at 10 a.m. this morning. We were all a part of that. Every news source was out there. And she had the press conference then and directed us to return at 11:30 to that Slade Street boat launch area. And that's where they had a wrecker. Redmond's Towing had their big wrecker, their turret, 360 degrees it could turn. And they were going to remove what they believed to be the vehicle of Karen Sheepers at 11:30. So we went out there, and we had everybody out. David, you were a part of it.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I was.
Yeah. You said, hey, you mind if I tag along? Of course, why wouldn't you? This is history. This is very, very much a part of what we do here all the time. And Mark Bialik was out there, Dennis Green, my partner, myself. We had Bruce Shipper even came out, take some photos. In fact, a little shout out to Mr. Myers. He's not feeling so well.
Oh.
So he couldn't make the coming out because he would have also been out there, broadcasting and giving his commentary on it. But, it was a situation that I'm hoping so badly that Karen is in that vehicle, okay, so that could give comfort and rest to the family members. I think this is something what we all hope for. Then the detectives have more work ahead of them because it certainly isn't over at that point. They have to figure out the pieces of the puzzle. Okay, was this just like I had said earlier, maybe a deer went in front of the road and she veered off and went into the roadway. That road looked a whole lot different 42 years ago.
Yes.
There was a structure there. You were telling me, what was it, a yacht?
Yeah, they had the Elgin Yacht Club. It was like a little shed, or it had like the size of a garage, yeah.
Okay, but it was there.
Yeah.
So it made the landscape a little different. We don't know were the banks higher, lower. We don't know nothing. Well, they do because they've been investigating it. But my point is this could be a total accident, or maybe they're going to turn something else up. But that's why their investigation is going to continue. Just if they did recover Karen's body, we won't know until the next press conference that the chief has.
And just one last note, our hearts and prayers go out to the family and hoping that closure will come soon. And as like I said, really quickly, this podcast and this show started and then all of a sudden this happened, almost like a message from the higher ups there to give her closure, give her family closure. It's an amazing story, people. Go back and watch it if you can from episode 1.
Yeah, you can. It's very, very interesting. You've been listening to WRMN 1410. I know we've had a lot of shifting around on all the different broadcasts, but we thank you for your patience. We thank you for letting us barge in on the other shows. But this was news in the making. We felt was very important, and we wanted to get it out to each and every one of you. Thank you for listening. WRMN 1410. We are going to sign off for now.
Good night, everybody.
In this next Elgin City Council election, you'll have a choice to make, not just between political philosophies or even the candidates on the ballot. Your choice involves supporting someone who has always been there for Elgin, who has always been there for you as a longtime community volunteer and a lifelong resident. Elgin City Councilman Steve Thorne, running for re-election, is a name you know and a leader you can trust. His pledge is to maintain secure neighborhoods by continuing to support Elgin's police officers and firefighters. And Steve will work, like always, to protect your tax dollar. He's accessible and accountable. He's a friend, my friend, and your friend on the Elgin City Council. He's one of us for all of us. I'm asking that you vote to re-elect Steve Thorne to the Elgin City Council.
Paid for by Friends of Steve Thorne.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 6 o'clock.
This is WRMN News.
Hello, I'm Dennis Green. The White House is on defense in light of reporting from The Atlantic, which claims that their editor-in-chief was inadvertently added to a group chat with top administration officials to discuss strikes on the Houthis in Yemen. News Nation's Robert Sherman reports.
I'll read a part of the article for you. This is from Jeffrey Goldberg. It says, quote, "The world found out shortly before 2 p.m. Eastern time on March 15th that the United States was bombing Houthi targets across Yemen. I, however, knew 2 hours before the first bombs exploded that the attack might be coming. The reason I knew this is that Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, had texted me the war plan at 11:44 a.m. The plan included precise information about weapons packages, targeting, and timing."
The National Security Council says the message thread appears to be authentic. The Trump administration is facing court battles over efforts to deport millions of illegal immigrants. News Nation's Tom Dempsey reports.
This court battle really intensifying, but this morning that temporary restraining order barring deportations of alleged gang members under the Alien Enemies Act remains in place after a long hearing in front of a 3-judge panel here in D.C. That hearing lasting 2 hours in front of an appeals court, with the Department of Justice again calling for that order to be lifted. But the ACLU claimed many of the people sent to El Salvador earlier this month were actually not gang members.
The panel's only Democratic appointee pushed back on the government's use of the Alien Enemies Act, saying the Trump administration skipped due process. For WRMN News, I'm Dennis Green. Be sure to listen to the WRMN Morning Show starting every morning at 6 a.m.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan. Brought to you by Sky Rizzy. A stabbing in the 800 block of Suzanne Lane on March 18th has led to an arrest. The adult female victim, found with life-threatening injuries, rushed to a nearby hospital but unfortunately did not survive, leading to the arrest of Yonatan Villafuerte Antiveros, who now faces 2 counts of first-degree murder. King County State's Attorney Jamie Mosser has announced a dedicated election complaint line for the upcoming April 1st consolidated election. It'll run from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. on Election Day. The number is 630-208-5328 if you have any election complaints. The history of Naperville is set to come to life with the Origins of Naperville walking tour set for April 3rd from 5:30 to 6:30 p.m. Participants will go 2 miles in about 60 minutes covering Naperville history. To secure your spot, you will need to register in advance. Contact the City of Naperville for further information. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
As a fan, you know all the important sports cliches. And when you save money by bundling your home and auto with Progressive, you can get out there and give it 110%, even though that's mathematically impossible. And remember, failure is not an option. Well, it's always an option, just not a good one. But you're not worried because you've got ice in your veins. You're on fire. How can both of those things be true at the same time? Well, that's between you and your doctor. So get out there and leave it all on the field. Leave what? Who cares? Just leave it and save with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states or situations.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 30. Gusty winds up to 25 miles per hour. Looking ahead to Wednesday night, a chance of rain and snow showers after 1 a.m., mostly cloudy with a low around 33. Currently, it is 48 and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Spring has sprung, and so have the deals at Cold Spring Savings Event. I just got a comfy tee for just $7.99, a cute swimsuit for $19.99, 40% off patio furniture for my backyard, and so much more. So don't wait. These deals are too good to miss. Hurry over to Kohl's to save big on warm weather essentials during their Spring Savings Event today. Select styles. Offers end March 30th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
The Moose Lodge 799 in Elgin is a place to connect with family, friends, and your community. Moose Lodge 799 is conveniently located at 925 South McLean Boulevard, and they offer fun family activities, exciting community service projects, and live entertainment on the weekends.